All right, we're back, everyone. You can see we got action going on up here, unless that's car lights. Must be car lights. Is this Kiev or is this
Kharkiv.
Kharkiv? I should label that. And this is EA Interrogation Group on Facebook. I'm sorry, YouTube. And then Kiev and Odessa. And he should be also jumping back on. Gonna refresh it and see. Oh, I suppose I gotta put on a whole new stream. Let me go find that and
Hey, so check it out. This is a emergency sleeping bag. These things
We
normally
should be
cost
back.
$30, and during the wintertime, people pay full.
yeah, this is him, so I can just do that.
Dylan's coming over to play my game for a smidge.
Last 5 minutes, I've been dealing with this. So, we're back on YouTube. We're on Twitter. I can see us on Twitter. I can see us on, hang on, folks. Just give me a second. I can see us on Facebook. Good. And Facebook, by the way, if you're watching on Facebook, the stream is going to stop in about half an hour on Facebook. The stream's going to stop. When it stops on Facebook in a half an hour, I will come back on. I will just start another stream, okay? For those watching on Facebook, when the stream stops in a half an hour, I will start another stream. Twitch stream is ongoing as well. Okay, we're good there. All right, let me catch up. I know you've been shouting that things are happening for the last 10 minutes. I had to get the stream started again, so just give me a second. Let me catch up, and we'll go from there. So I know you know some stuff I don't know. It's been 10 minutes. Okay, guys, let me show you a couple things, okay? Couple things. Very worrying. Russian amphibious landing in Odessa may be underway, says Global Military Info. This looks like a full-scale invasion from multiple sides, from north, from south, from water, from land, from the east. That's what it looks like right now. Ukraine Operational Command announces Russia is targeting strategic centers like military headquarters and airfields. Okay?
Oh, excuse me.
Video of unconfirmed video of Dnipro. Unconfirmed video of Dnipro from Oliver Alexander. I can't confirm this video. I don't know if that's legit. I don't know. Maybe it is. That's another city. Okay, eLint News posted this. Ukraine's operational command says Ukraine's operational command says cruise and ballistic missile strikes are underway at the control centers. I think being fired at the control centers in Kyiv. So Russia said this is going to be a demilitarization operation in part, so I'm sure they're just attacking all kinds of military targets. Who knows what else they're attacking? If you're watching the Kharkiv, there's a live feed from Kharkiv on YouTube. I'm looking at it right now. That's what it looks like. There is smoke coming up. There was some explosions there before on the feed. Breaking news. What is this? What is this? Intel Crab. Ambassador Volodymyr Yelchenko says this is Mariupol. Unconfirmed video. This is from an ambassador, Volodymyr Yelchenko. Let me just see who this is. Let me just see who this is before we get into this. Hang on. Volodymyr Yelchenko is a Ukrainian diplomat. This is a Ukrainian diplomat who posted this. The city of Mariupol on the coast, unbelievable. Look at this. You can't hear me. Mariupol is a city of about 500,000 people on the coast of Ukraine. There it is down there. This is just horrible. This is horrible. It sounds like they're attacking like various cities from various directions. This is very, very bad. Hang on a second here. Another video from Michael Horowitz. Missile attack in Nova Kakhovka in Kherson, which would be southern Ukraine. This is unbelievable. Conflict News says reports the city of Dnipro has come under Russian bombardment. I don't know the details. Oh my gosh. I agree with this. Emily Tamkin, the people who made the worst case, most hysterical sounding warnings were right, but I doubt those who made them are happy about it. Unconfirmed. This is well, I don't want to post that. That's unconfirmed. That's unconfirmed. That's unconfirmed. Hang on. Petra Makala is an analyst. He says, I'm having a hard time believing they would actually drop airborne units into Kyiv. Their only hope of a rapid breakthrough or the collapse of the Ukrainian defense, but with a maximum of a brigade being inserted at a time, it's unsustainable in prolonged combat. I'm a little confused. The reports of air, I don't know if there's reports of airborne troops being dropped in. 3 minutes ago, Isabel Kurdshugian just heard another distant boom in Kharkiv, which is about 90 minutes from Belgorod. Frederick Pleitgen, breaking news. We are hearing really loud sounds of what could be longer range missiles in Belgorod, Russia, firing towards Ukraine. That is 9 minutes ago he posted that, 9 minutes ago. John Sweeney posts this. Distant crumps, soft explosions reported from West Kyiv towards the airport. Not cruise missiles, I think, but sounds like an attack on the airport. Let me repeat what Marco Rubio said. Marco Rubio is, I believe, vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He has been posting what he believes is happening right now. So let me just go to him for really quickly and show you what Marco Rubio says. Oh my gosh, look at this. Martha Raddatz. Martha Raddatz is with ABC News. 3 hours before the invasion began, I got this sobering message here in Ukraine from a senior Pentagon official. You are likely in the last few hours of peace on the European continent for a long time to come. Be careful. Unbelievable. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe it. I feel like I'm going to wake up and it's not happening. I can't believe this is happening. Cannot believe it. This is so awful. This is so horrible, and it's going to be just a disaster. Just a disaster. This is unbelievable. Breaking news, Marco Rubio says, Russian aircraft are now en route to conduct additional targeted strikes on a number of key defense sites through all of Ukraine. He had said earlier, Russia is now working on establishing air superiority via targeted surgical strikes, a pincer movement to trap Ukrainian forces in the east and cut them off from Kyiv, finally attempt to decapitate Ukrainian government by targeting government buildings, leaders, and command and control systems. Elit News says, video reportedly from Belgorod in Russia over multiple rocket launches. Looks like BM-30 Smerch. Look at this. If that's a legit video, those are being fired into Ukraine. This is just awful. Evil, as one of our viewers said, evil. Can you believe we're seeing this? This is just awful. It's still, look at how many rockets there are. It's all the same video. And again, I can't confirm the video, but we've heard about multiple launch rockets being used. So my guess is stuff like this is happening. So I can't confirm the video, but I would not be surprised at all. This is what happens when you put these multiple launch rocket launchers. Some of them can hold 20 or more rockets, and then you put a bunch of them there and you just have them start firing. Scootercaster, who's in Kyiv, says, Kyiv is quiet at the moment except for a few loud booms in the distance that have since stopped. She is there. She is there. Marco, breaking news. Marco Rubio, U.S. Senator, Intelligence Committee, says long-range missile launches from Russia are now underway. They are headed towards various pre-selected military sites throughout Ukraine. This is unbelievable. I'm sorry to keep saying it, but it really is. I can't believe we are seeing this. Just trying to keep giving you updates, guys. Hang on a second here. Hang on. This is terrible. Look at this. This is awful. Oleksiy Sorokin is in Ukraine. I believe Kyiv. Subway packed, streets also. People gather with loved ones and try to flee. Petra Makula says Russian artillery is opening up on the Kharkiv front. He is an analyst. Hang on one second here. Hang on. I might have missed a Scootercaster video. Did she post something else? Let's see. This is 14 minutes ago. What appears to be smoke rising in Kyiv at this time after a few loud booms were heard around 5:46 a.m. Breaking news. Michael Horowitz, Ukrainian sources report missile strikes on the outskirts of Odessa. It's like, look at this. We've heard of strikes in Odessa, possible amphibious landing, explosions and possible amphibious landing in Mariupol. We've heard about attacks in or around Kyiv, and explosions in or around Kharkiv. Dnipro, we heard a report of an explosion. So it just seems like it's the full-on attacks throughout Ukraine going on right now. Breaking news, landing operation by the Russian Black Sea Fleet in the Sea of Azov and in Odessa. Reuters cites Interfax. Interfax is Russian news. So, look, we could be seeing Russia landing troops on the shore near Mariupol. These are large cities. Mariupol has 500,000 people. And also over, that would be in the Sea of Azov. That would be the Sea of Azov. And this would be the Black Sea, maybe landing in Odessa. Very important port city. I think Odessa has, like around 1 million people or something. Odessa population, so 1 million people in Odessa. So what's going on in these cities? We don't know. Hang on, folks. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. PM Breaking News posted this. Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news, breaking news. Matt Bradley, MSNBC. Troopers have landed in Odessa and are crossing the border into Kharkiv, where I am now, according to the advisor to Ukraine's Minister of the Interior. Russian troops have landed in the port city of Odessa and are also on the other side of the country, crossing the border into Kharkiv, where I am now. And he also said, just heard another distant explosion here in Kharkiv. This was the latest we've heard about after an hour-long break. So we're talking about troops going into the very important port city of Odessa, landed. Sounds like an amphibious landing. What are they doing? Are they taking over important government buildings? I have no idea. And also he said that troops were crossing up here into Kharkiv. Neil Hauer, Neil Hauer, more booms in the distance, reports that Russian paratroopers are assaulting Kyiv Airport. That is the main airport that's the biggest airport in Ukraine. The one just outside of Kyiv. I think it's Boryspil or something. Kyiv Airport being evacuated, Reuters. Breaking news, BNO News. Kyiv Airport being evacuated from according to Reuters. And I bet we're going to see videos come out of all this stuff. I bet people are videoing on their phones and stuff. Breaking news, that was earlier. Andrew Beatty, powerful explosions heard on East Ukraine front near Kramatorsk. Also explosions heard in Mariupol, eastern Ukraine. This is just all over the place. Breaking news. Look at this. Moscow attacking Ukraine's command and control. Ukrainian military command centers in Kyiv and Kharkiv attacked by missile strikes. According to Ukrainian Pravda news website cites Interior Ministry official. Let me see if I can get you that Ukrainian Pravda. I have the website here from them. Hang on, folks. Ukrainian Pravda, here it is. Missile strikes began in Kyiv and Kharkiv. Explosions heard a city of Ukraine. Missile strikes were fired at military control centers in Kyiv and Kharkiv. Artillery shelling of the border by Russia is underway. According to Interfax, at 5 a.m. local time, rocket attacks began on military facilities throughout Ukraine, from Luhansk to Zhytomyr. It is reported that a landing operation by the Black Fleet in the Sea of Azov in Odessa has begun. In Nikolaev, strong fires, missile and artillery depot destroyed in Kharkiv. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Thomas Juneau says the U.S. intelligence community clearly got a lot right in recent weeks. Michael Weiss says Putin just announced a military operation to denazify a country whose president is Jewish. President Putin said that he's going to conduct a military operation. He mentioned denazifying. He also mentioned demilitarizing Ukraine. Michael Horowitz reports, multiple air bases have been targeted over the past hour and a half. Again, Reuters is saying that Kyiv airport is being evacuated. Hang on, folks. Getting you other updates here too. I'm seeing some unconfirmed footage too. Christina Maza says she is with National Journal. It looks like an air raid on military installations, Vasilkov, Borispol, also hearing about explosions in Kharkiv, Odessa, Dnieper. From a friend in Ukraine right now. Oh, that's what the friend says. The friend says it looks like an air raid on military installations, Vasilkov, Borispol, also hearing about explosions in Kharkiv, Odessa, Dnieper. I'm seeing some unconfirmed videos. I don't really want to share those. Trying to be careful about the videos. Michael Horowitz, I trust Michael. I know he really tries to be responsible. This is supposedly Dnepropetrovsk. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can find this on the map for you. I don't even know where that is. That's here. Oh, that's Dnipro. That's Dnipro. It's Dnipro, the city, I believe. That's Dnipro. So all kinds of attacks going on cities. We're hearing missiles, soldiers, reports of amphibious landings. It's just, who knows what's happening right now. Interfax reporting that Russian troops have landed off of ships in Mariupol and Odessa. We heard that before. That's from Interfax in Russia, Russian media. Hang on a second here. Guys, there's some unconfirmed videos here. I will pass them along, but these are unconfirmed, okay? Militaryland.net, who some people I follow, they say they claim this is Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant. I don't know that for sure.
Єбать, що робиться нахуй? Ужас.
Вот и пизда.
Это война, мам. Это нормально.
You see that explosion there?
Єбать, що робиться нахуй?
Anyways, I can't confirm that. I can't confirm it, but there's clearly lots of explosions going on. So I will, keep showing you the reports. Yeah, Marks, who I follow, he posted the same video. So again, I don't know. What can I say? Hang on a second here. I'm seeing a bunch of the same reports. Give me a moment here, guys. Give me a moment. Euromaidan PR, they're claiming, I don't know if this is true, they're claiming that the Boryspil airport, the major airport in Ukraine, is under Ukraine control. Armed forces on the site. Potentially it was drone shelling. No need to hide in bomb shelters. Pay attention to information coming, security says. So I don't know if that's true. There's a lot of confusion right now. We don't know what's going on. We've heard there's been attacks in Kyiv near Boryspil Airport. So, you know. Nolan Peterson, he's in Ukraine. He says, still tweeting so comms haven't been taken out. Quiet for the moment in Kyiv. A contact near Vasilkiv Air Base outside Kyiv reported explosion in vicinity of air base. So the phone system apparently still works. The communications works. People are tweeting. And again, Matt Bradley posted this. He said, according to Ukraine's Ministry of Interior, troopers have landed in the port city of Odessa, Russian troops, and also are crossing the border into Kharkiv. So we just don't, what is going on in cities? Is Russia, are they attacking the government? Have they taken people into custody? Are they targeting people? We don't know what's going on in Ukraine right now. We have no idea. We've seen some explosions. We've heard some things about things being attacked. But what's going on the ground? Who's doing what? We have no idea. We have no idea what's going on the ground. It's very, very concerning. Another explosion right now. Is this Kyiv? He just said 1 minute ago, another explosion. Nolan Peterson, I think he's in Kyiv. Look at this. Michael Horowitz. Another sign suggesting Russia is hitting Ukrainian arms depot. Picture from Krasnopilsky near the border. Again, it was expected that if Russia attacked, they would begin with airstrikes, severely degrading the Ukrainian military. But that's before all of the tanks roll in, you know? So this is not going to be a one-night thing, guys. This is going to be really, really bad, and it's bad right now. That place, that picture apparently was right across the border up here. Oh, Facebook. We have to restart the Facebook stream. Hang on. I have to restart the Facebook stream. Give me 1 second, guys. Facebook just cut out after 8 hours. Hang on a second. Hang on. I just have to restart the Facebook stream. So please give me 1 moment and I will do this. I'm almost started on Facebook. Hang on. I apologize. There's the title of the video. Now I need this. Give me 1 moment. We're about to start on Facebook. Okay, there's that. Hang on 1 moment. Hang on. We're going live on Facebook now. Okay, we're live on Facebook again. And let me just do this really quick. Hang on 1 second, guys. Hang on. Sorry. Sorry, guys. All right, give me a second. Let me catch up. I know I just took a couple minutes. Developments are happening fast. Trying to bring you the latest developments here. Just give me a moment. Let me catch up. Breaking news. I'm seeing reports about possible martial law in Ukraine. Let me see, though. I don't have really reliable sourcing on this. Breaking news. Hold on. From 3 minutes ago, we can hear consistent explosions from downtown Kyiv. That is Neil Hauer 3 minutes ago. I am seeing unconfirmed reports that Ukraine is imposing martial law, but I don't know. I haven't found a reliable source with that. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Global Military Info says Ukraine to impose martial law per local media, which I believe they said they would. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. This is right there. That's a Ukraine. This is a Ukrainian publication here. Why won't it work? It's not loading. English. Here we go. Hang on. Let me show you some updates. This is Ukrainian Pravda newspaper. Ukrainian Pravda newspaper, Ukrainian publication. Zelensky convenes National Security Defense Council, martial law. The president convenes the National Security and Defense Council. It will impose martial law, military taking over law enforcement in Ukraine. That is from Ukrainian Pravda. You can see it right there. That is from a Ukrainian official. Also, rocket attacks on military facilities throughout Ukraine began. Military facilities in Ukraine are under missile strikes. A landing operation has begun in the Black and Azov Seas, says Interfax Ukraine. All right, we saw that already. So apparently Ukraine is going to declare martial law. Sarah Rainsford says, Ukraine, where is she? I don't know if she's in Ukraine. She says so Ukraine has closed its airspace to civilian traffic. Not heard more. Oh, she's in Kramatorsk. Here, hotel receptionist panicking about her children. Look at this. Wow, this is just really tragic and sad. Ukraine has closed its airspace to civilian traffic. Not heard more explosions in past hour here in Kramatorsk, Ukraine. Here, the hotel receptionist is panicking about her children. Only last night, people told me they were scared but hoping this would never happen. This is unbelievable. Russia's stock market down more than 11% today, says Max Seddon. What will the sanctions be? There's going to be an enormous sanctions, probably announced later tomorrow by the NATO countries. CNN says full-scale sanctions on Russia to be deployed Thursday. Full-scale sanctions on Russia to be deployed Thursday. This is a video from Sumy region of Ukraine from Live UA Map, retweeted by PM Breaking News. Apparently, a parent video.
База взорвалась.
Unbelievable. And I'm scared to think about. I would not be surprised if Russia has been attacking Ukraine troops tonight. So this is very, very scary. Dan Rivers posted this. He said, "Looks like airstrike near Bakhmut." Is he there? Yes, he's in ITV. I wonder if he's there. Hang on a second here. I don't know if he is there. Hang on, folks, just getting you the latest updates here. This is somebody in Ukraine. Ilya Ponomarenko is a Ukrainian defense reporter. He says BM-21 Grad attacks, those are multiple rocket launcher attacks, where the launcher fires a bunch of rockets like from the top of a truck. BM-21 Grad attacks all across Ukraine, mostly in Ukrainian-controlled Donbass. I am guessing what's happening. One thing that's happening, I'm guessing, is, remember, Putin said all of this is not part of Ukraine anymore a couple days ago. But the Putin-backed separatists only held this amount. So my guess is Putin's going to take all of this, and I think he's going to, well, because he just said 2 days ago, all of this belongs to not to Ukraine. So my guess is that this is all being taken now, and taken for good. And look, clearly, it looks, I would be shocked if Putin wasn't trying to change the government of Ukraine. Whether or not he officially takes over Ukraine, my guess is that he's going to try to make it some kind of subject state to Russia. How this plays out in the future, this is very scary, because right now we're just hearing about explosions and stuff. But what is going on? Remember, Putin presumably wants to change the government of Ukraine. Presumably he's carrying out this attack because he doesn't like what Ukraine is. It's a pro-European, pro-Western, developing democracy that wants to join NATO. So he's not just attacking to blow up a few things. Presumably he wants to greatly change Ukraine and make it basically the kind of country that he wants it to be, which the people there don't want it to be. So how is this going to play out in succeeding days? He'll appoint a new government probably, but no one will want to listen to it. So he's going to have to make people listen to that government. So what happens? What happens now? Will people in Russia, you can't speak out against the government, basically. There's no political opposition. Is that what's going to happen in Ukraine right now? So this is very, very scary. And we don't know, again, you're seeing the explosions now, but what's going to go on in the country? What's happening with the people? Are people being targeted right now? People Russia thinks might be a problem? We have no idea what's going on. This isn't a one-night thing, though. This isn't like, oh, we're going to bomb a few things and leaving. It has every look of being Putin trying to fundamentally change this country. And look, we saw that there's a huge amount of forces, and among the forces that were on the border were lots of National Guard forces. National Guard they don't drive the tanks. They don't fight. They don't fire. They're not in the front of the lines firing the guns. National Guard would be occupation forces. So Putin says he's not going to occupy Ukraine, but the amount of force he had and the type of force he had suggested he was planning on having these troops spend a significant amount of time in Ukraine. I am very, very scared for the country of Ukraine right now. Who knows what is happening? We're used to seeing some explosions and that's the end of it. No, every indication is this is a Putin operation to crush Ukraine and change what Ukraine is as a country. This is very, very scary. And we're just seeing just the tip of it right now. Very scary. Doge says image reportedly from Kharkiv. Oh, and he also says a missile has impacted in Kharkiv. What's this? From Michael Horowitz. Wow, unbelievable. Please have the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. This is just horrible. Updated here. Intel Crowd retweeted this. Nabi, explosions getting closer in Slavyansk. All over the country. All over the country, we're hearing about explosions. Hang on a second here. This is just getting started. This is the tip of what you're going to see. It's just getting started. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Michael Horowitz says Ukraine Minister of Internal Affairs reports that Russia is striking Kyiv with ballistic missiles. Ask people to go to bomb shelters. Okay, again. Ukraine Minister of Internal Affairs reports that Russia is striking Kyiv with ballistic missiles. Ask people to go to bomb shelters. Michael Weiss says this is shelling of Mariupol from a little while ago because it's dark. This is just awful. And we saw, anyways, this is just awful. Just awful. Breaking news. Rolling thunder heard almost every minute in Kyiv. That's from Ilya Ponomarenko. Mark McKinnon posted this. He says, Kyiv life, people in bomb shelters, I assume. Unreal. Just trying to get you the latest. Breaking news. Multiple government websites down in Ukraine in possible cyber attack. Again, breaking news. Multiple government websites down in possible cyber attack. That's Michael Horowitz. Just posted it right now. I can't even keep up with all of these updates. Dmitry Alperovich says Russian general staff has been planning this invasion for a long time, at least a year, maybe more. Yeah, these troops have been moving in for months and months and months. Ukraine is now improvising a response while the Russian military is destroying their air defenses and command and control nodes. This is not going to be a fair fight. Russia will quickly establish complete air superiority. And again, it's been reported by the Ukrainian government that the Russian Black Sea fleet landed in Odessa. I believe this is from Ukrainian government. We've seen this report before, that there had been amphibious landings in the cities of both Odessa and Mariupol. Here, I'll show you some more updates here from, let's look at the, this is Ukrainian Pravda newspaper, Ukrainian newspaper. What is this? I haven't seen this yet. Oh, look at all this. Joint Forces operations, attack on the airfield, V. Pisarivka. This is like a list of different things that have been attacked. Armored vehicles enter Bachivsk's private enterprise. There's a bunch of, I mean, all kinds of attacks going on, apparently. Martial law, I don't know if they've imposed it yet, but they reported that they're going to impose martial law. Yeah, it's, Interfax. Sorry. No, a source in the Ministry of Defense. Interfax Ukraine. It's Interfax Ukraine. Says landing operations by the Black Sea Fleet in the Sea of Azov and Odessa has begun. All right, hang on one moment here. This is Interfax Ukraine. Here, Russian troops land in Mariupol and Odessa. All right, hang on one second. Let me just mark this down. Give me 1 sec, guys. Hang on 1 second here. This is Interfax Ukraine. Russian troops land in Mariupol and Odessa. In Odessa, part of the city was left without power. There are reports of strikes on aviation bases in Vasilkov. Rocket strikes are also carried out on military targets in the Dnieper region, correspondents of Interfax Ukraine agency report. Here's another report from Interfax Ukraine. Russia launches missile strikes on airfields and military facilities, shelling the border. A Ukrainian official says there have been missile attacks on military command centers, airfields, military depots in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Dnipro. Artillery shelling of the border is underway. Breaking news, Christopher Miller. What appear to be Ukrainian flight jets over Kramatorsk. At least 3 passes in the past few minutes, followed by more explosions, at least 2. Look, Russia is quickly supposed to gain complete air superiority over Ukraine. The Russia air power is much superior to Ukraine's. Breaking news in Ukraine. Oliver Carroll, Internal Ministry is advising Ukrainians to stay at home, wait for sirens, prepare a grab bag. Maybe a bag to take with you. This is just unbelievable. Marco Rubio just posted again. He's the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's been posting what he believes is going on. He says, Russia isn't just focused on seizing eastern Ukraine. Russian military forces are working towards isolating the capital, Kyiv, at this very moment. He just posted that right now. He also posted, to clarify what is underway is a full-scale, comprehensive military assault throughout Ukraine. Airborne and amphibious landings, missile strikes from air, ground and naval forces, electronic and cyber attacks, and a large ground force to occupy a large swath of territory. This is the worst-case scenario. It's basically the worst-case scenario. $44 million people. Gregor Martin posted this. Kharkiv hit by Russian rockets, posted by Norva Gorlivka. This is a very scary situation, and the explosions are scary. But I want to, again, remind you what appears to be going on here. That Vladimir Putin, a couple days ago, he gave a big speech. He doesn't think Ukraine has a right to be a country. So this isn't just about the explosions. This could be Vladimir Putin basically taking over the country, whether he makes it part of Russia or puts in a government. So for all these people in Ukraine who've been living in this country that wasn't Russia, where they had freedoms, where there was political opposition, you could have a political opposition. You had freedom of the press. Is that all going to go away? What are the people who live in Ukraine? What is their life going to be like from now on? We just don't know. This is very, very worrying. Look at this. Hold on. Let me show you this. This is from a post found by English Lugansk. Some 10 minutes ago, a missile flew over my head and effing blew up in the direction of the airfield. Good morning. Again, in case you haven't heard, Brent crude oil is $100 for the first time since 2014. I don't want to post that. Russia's independent Echo of Moscow radio reports that Putin's speech tonight, before the start of the invasion, was recorded on February 21st. He was wearing the same tie and in the same place as his speech 2 days ago, confirmed by downloading video from Kremlin webpage and checking metadata, tweet says. Again, it was all a big fake because he's a big liar and Russia's always lying, lie about everything. It was a big lie, lying about I'm going to decide whether to invade, lying about I'm going to have this big meeting on TV and I've never talked to these people about this before and I'm going to see what the others say. It's a big lie. He's a constant liar. All he does is lie about everything. Everything's a lie. And now he's invading a country of 44 million people because he doesn't like it. And it's going to kill lots and lots of people and destroy their lives. That's what's happening. He's just an out and out liar and it's obvious. The whole thing was a big sham. And all the negotiation was probably a sham too. And he knew this was going to happen months ago. He's just a liar. All he does is lie. And China's the same way. China lies all the time too. That's all these countries do. And if you live in a free country right now, you should be happy that the whole world isn't run by China and Russia. Because one day it might be. If you're not careful, it might be. And I am lucky to live in a country that's not. Because one day it might be China and Russia, countries like that running the whole world. And what's he going to do next, Putin? It's awful, awful. Evil, liar, terrible kleptocrat people in these countries. The governments, not the people who live in the countries, the governments. Awful. The worst people, the worst people. Gregor Martin says, Mayor of Boryspil on Facebook, explosions heard near the Boryspil airport were carried out by the Ukrainian air defense on unknown drones. Can't confirm that. I don't know what's going on near the airport. That's interesting, though. Hold on a second here. Breaking news, Ukraine's President Zelensky to speak. Ukraine's President Zelensky to speak, according to Intel Doge. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. CNN says Ukrainian Interior Ministry says nationwide there are hundreds of casualties as a result of attacks. Look, I am sure, well, I'm not sure, I am guessing Russia has been attacking Ukraine's military. Again, Ukraine's President Zelensky is going to give an address. Oh, another video post. Oh, we saw that one already. Hang on. Five minutes ago, Polina Ivanova. Several more loud explosions over Kyiv, the skyline right now. And this is just beginning, guys. This isn't just airstrikes. This is just beginning because Putin hates Ukraine. He doesn't think it should exist as a country. And this is where it was going. We've been talking about this for a month. This was, I said, and I showed you analysts who said, the people who were thinking clearly about this said the logic of the situation is such that it's all leading to a really bad place. Then I saw these dum-dums. The last 2 days, I saw like 3 different like former generals on TV, these general analysts, and they're like, I think he's going to stop in eastern Ukraine. I think he's going to stop in Donetsk. So he's going to put all this giant army. He's going to spend all this money to put 3/4 of his army around Ukraine, and he's going to have all the negative of doing this, of uniting NATO, of having, all of the negative feedback, all of the negative results of actually doing this thing and marching troops in eastern Ukraine, all just to like take some territory that he already controlled anyway. It's so stupid. I heard more than one of these generals say, oh no, he's not going to really do much after this. So it's idiotic. Why would you think that? It's so stupid. Unbelievable. He's going to stop in eastern Ukraine? They already controlled eastern Ukraine in Donetsk. That whole part where he's the part where he said where he declared, you know what I'm saying? The part where the Russian separatists were, he was basically in control of that anyway. He brought 3/4 of the Russian army out to like send some troops into the part he already controlled anyway. Just idiotic. So stupid. Like 4-star generals or whatever saying this garbage. I guess this is official now. I've seen this reported. I've seen this report was going to happen. BNO News says Ukraine imposes martial law after Russia declares war. Putin started war. Hang on a second here. Let me check Interfax. Interfax, Ukraine has had some updates. This is a Ukrainian site. This is a little old. Putin has launched full-scale war against Ukraine. The Ukrainian foreign minister said that. All right, hang on a second. Let me get you some updates, guys. Sorry. The whole thing is just absolutely infuriating. Breaking news. NetBlock says significant internet disruption registered in Ukraine-controlled city of Kharkiv. Shortly after huge explosions heard, users report loss of fixed-line service on provider Triolan while cell phones continue to work. That is from NetBlocks. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I can't thank you enough, moderators. They're all volunteers. I really appreciate all the moderators. Thank you, moderators. Thank you. RIA Novosti, Russia's state media, says Russia's defense ministry says it's using high-precision weapons to disable military targets, not targeting civilians. Yeah, so it won't be targeting the 44 million civilians when they take over the country and they install a government that the civilians don't want. And then they kill people and torture people and put people in jail who don't go along with it. I'm sure they'll not target civilians then. Oh, Zelensky is speaking now. Zelensky is speaking now. I'll let you know what he says. Zelensky is speaking now. Michael Horowitz. Oh, Zelensky, hold on. He said, stay calm, stay home. The army is doing its work. That's from Mark McKinnon. Natasha Bertrand says Zelensky just gave a brief address finishing with glory to Ukraine. Katie Rogers says Biden and Zelensky are speaking by phone right now. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I just saw this report here. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I have a report for you. Okay, this is from Jamie Detmer. Jamie Detmer is with VOA News. He says, explosion near to the center of Kyiv 5 minutes ago. Officials tell me both of Kyiv's airports are being targeted by drones and cruise missiles. Military infrastructure being targeted in at least 7 cities. Ukrainian officials say hundreds of casualties. Russian troops land near Odessa. Look at this. Surreal thing is that as Russia's military operations unfold and both of Kyiv's airport come under attack, the morning commute is starting up and some people are going to work. Now, I believe the Ukrainian government has told people to stay home. Oil prices surge as Russia launches attack in Ukraine. Brent crude is over 100. Everything's up like 4%. And who knows what's happening. Oh, look at this Intel Doge. From roughly an hour ago, Ukraine's 92nd Brigade near Kharkiv hit with heavy MLRS fire. I don't know, I can't confirm they were hit, but let's look at this video. Unbelievable. They can blanket an area, those multiple launch rocket launchers, multiple launch rocket systems, they can blanket an area with rocket fire. It can be devastating. Hold on a second. And they're not precise weapons either. They're not precise weapons. Like there's like what an example of a multiple launch rocket launcher. That's from Wikipedia. Hey guys, look, Howard Feynman. David Martin was right, and I was right to quote him in this tweet, especially since my own sources in Ukraine and DC told me the same thing. I'm shocked and saddened this is happening, but this war reveals snarky doubters for what they are, Putin's useful idiots at best. David Martin was right. Howard Feynman was right. And you know who was wrong? All the people we had to listen to for weeks and weeks who said, no, he said, nothing's going to happen. You're fear-mongering. Nothing's going to happen. You're making, it's not a news story. You're fear-mongering. Nothing's going to happen. You're biased against Putin. He's not going to attack. Breaking news, explosions heard in Ukraine's Kramatorsk. This is from Phil Stewart. Witness, Kramatorsk is here. That's in eastern Ukraine. Unconfirmed video of Ukrainian fighter jets over the city of Dnipro. Just to be clear, Ukraine is supposed to, Russia will, by all accounts I've heard, Russia will easily establish total military superiority. Ukraine has a small air force, and Russia is expected to, total air superiority. So I would not expect any significant air resistance from Ukraine, and also certainly I'm guessing it's risky for the Ukrainian airplanes to be up there. From everything I've heard.
Вы сейчас послушайте звук. Через закрытое окно. Полетел. Вон еще один. Блин, за домом, за домом.
That's from Thomas Van Lynch. Oh, now this video, somebody else said that was Russian warplanes. I don't know if that was, Thomas Van Lynch said it was Ukrainian warplanes. I don't know that for sure. Tyson Wetzel, who's a military analyst with Eurasia, with Atlantic Council, says, I think we're going to see three major arms to this attack. Forces from Belarus and southern Russia may threaten Kyiv. We could see an expansion from the Donbass moving out to the middle of the country. Forces moving forward from Crimea, possibly towards Odessa. I mean, we've heard about forces coming in from Crimea. We've heard about landing in Odessa. We've heard about landing in, troops landing from the water in Odessa, troops, amphibious landing in Mariupol. I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know if, but again, Putin is not doing this to just do an attack and leave. He's doing it. All indications are that he's doing it because he doesn't think Ukraine has the right to exist as a country, and also because he just hates Ukraine. He hates what it stands for. He hates the kind of country it is. So all indications are that he's going to forcibly try to change this country, in spite of the wishes of the 44 million people generally who live there. So this is going to be a huge mess, and I don't see how he does it without occupying the country for the indefinite future. And what's that going to look like? This is just beginning. It's really, really horrible. This is going to be horrible. This is not somebody who's going in there to launch a few airstrikes and then go home. He's going in there to fundamentally change the nature of this country and make it something that the people there don't want it to be. That's what he's going in to do. This is just getting started. Breaking news. Moscow Stock Exchange says all trading suspended. Moscow Stock Exchange says all trading suspended. Breaking news. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Hang on one moment, guys. Guys, please hang on one moment. Give me 1 second here. Hang on a second here. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Hang on one moment. We have been on the air. I'm going to our live coverage continues. I think we've been on the air about 13 hours now. So here's what we're going to do. As weird as this may sound, but we need to do it this way. Okay, we're covering this live. I think we're in about hour 13 or something like that. I need to go bring something to eat in here. I haven't eaten in hours. I got to eat something. So give me a moment. I'm going to get something. I'm going to bring it in here, and I'll eat it on the air, which I apologize for, but I have to eat. So give me a minute. It's midnight on the East Coast. I'm coming back in a couple minutes. Let me just get it and bring it in here, and then we'll continue our live coverage in a couple minutes, and I'll be right back. Give me one moment, guys. We're back. I got some food. Let me catch up. I know you probably saw some stuff I haven't seen, so just give me a second, and I will catch up right now. Brendan Key, sorry. Hang on a second here. Shelling in Kharkiv. Mark's just posted this from Michael Dryberg in Shelling in Kharkiv. All right, hang on a second. People are asking about Moldova stuff. Hang on. Hang on, folks. Woofers, who does OSINT stuff, says no strikes in Moldova. It's just people hearing explosions across the border. Yeah, the guys, I don't see any confirmation of Moldova stuff. Okay? I'll let you know if I hear reliable reporting on it. But remember, a whole other thing to keep in mind here is there are Russian troops. There's a slice of Moldova on the east. There's a separatist part of Moldova. This is Transnistria. Russia has troops there. So I would not be surprised at all to see Russia just take off this part of Moldova, because Russia already has troops there, and that's a separatist part of it. So who knows what's going to happen? But I'll keep you posted. Air raid sirens in Kyiv. On CNN, they're saying air raid sirens in Kyiv. Yes, if you turn on CNN right now, they're showing air raid sirens in the capital, Kyiv. It's unbelievable. Air raid sirens are going off in Kyiv right now. This is crazy. Air raid sirens are going off in Kyiv right now. I have CNN. Hang on, guys. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I just want to do one thing really quick here. Hang on 1 sec, guys.
Plans are owned.
Sorry.
Plan B.
There are sirens going off in Kyiv right now. Air raid sirens going off in Kyiv. It's 7 a.m. there. 7:08 a.m. in Kyiv. Air raid sirens going off. I agree with Michael McFall. Sirens sounding in Kyiv. Such a sad day. Putin is such an evil man. Hear, hear. All right, guys, I have some food here. I apologize. We've been on the air for 13 hours. I'm just trying to eat some food while we do this. Here, look. John Hudson. Michael Weiss says President Zelensky announces a national state of war awaiting approval by the National Defense and Security Council of Ukraine.
нашим прикордонникам.
The government hasn't been like, the government is still functioning apparently. That's a whole other thing. Here's another video of the air raid sirens from Andy Lines, posted by PM Breaking News. Unconfirmed video. Woofer has posted this. He does OSINT stuff. Reportedly, Chuhuiv Airport near Kharkiv. Look at this video. That's in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Apparently, I can't confirm the video. Hang on one second here. Yes, it is 7:11 a.m. local time. 3 explosions. Caucasus War Report says 3 explosions in Kyiv. Oh, guys, we're starting to see more videos. Look at this. This is from earlier. This is in Russia. This is rocket artillery being fired from Russia into Ukraine from earlier in Belgorod region. The lookout Igor Girkin. Unbelievable. Look, another picture reportedly of Chuhuiv Airport in Kharkiv from Ukraine War Report. Looks like that other video might be legit. Again, reportedly an airport near Kharkiv from Woofers. Look at this, unbelievable. This is interesting. You know, I was wondering, you know, there were rumors that Russia might try to take the leadership into custody. I wonder if the leadership is still in Ukraine. J. Michael Waller says, might there have been advanced coordination to evacuate the Ukrainian leadership? The Turkish planes arrived about 3 hours ago, which was shortly before the Russian attacks began. I don't know if the leadership is still in Ukraine, because they would certainly be at risk, the leadership, I would think. And there were Turkish planes that landed, 2 Turkish planes, I believe, that landed in Ukraine like a few hours before the attack. Wow, look at this. What is this? Actually, hold on. Journalist, hold on. I have this is from a journalist in Kyiv, in Ukraine, with the Kyiv Independent, Max Hunter. Air raid sirens as refugee convoy hits traffic on outskirts of Kyiv. This is very, very real now. Sorry. Max Hunter says lines at ATMs already in central Kyiv. He is a reporter in Kyiv. Look at this. Russia temporarily suspends flights to a number of airports until early hours of March 2nd. What's that about? That's from Reuters, Phil Stewart. Is that because they're going to use the airports in Russia for military? Is that what it's for? Look at that. Russia temporarily suspends enough flights to a number of airports, I believe in Russia, for like a week. I'll check Snap Maps. I checked it earlier and I didn't find much. I'll check Snap Maps again. Hold on a second. Hang on. I'll see if I can find some stuff on Snap Maps. I'm looking around here on Snap Maps. Three hours ago, Kharkiv, 6 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 9 hours ago. Yeah, I'm not seeing much. One day ago, I'm not seeing much at the moment. Kyiv. Shots fired, fam, he says. Oh, look.
Trying to fucking sleep. So I'm trying to fucking sleep.
Like this boy has to say one day like that, they come to say, bro.
There's a fucking coming.
I'll check back on Snap Maps in a little bit. Give me 1 second here, guys. Just give me 1 second. Hang on. Give me one moment here. I apologize. Okay. Look at this. Luke Harding, he's in Kyiv. He says our basement in Kyiv is now filling up with families with small children. The kids are holding coloring books. Heartbreaking. Kyiv's mayor has put out a statement. Says Ukraine is under attack from aggressor. In Kyiv, we can hear noise of shelling. The worst enemy is now panic. Keep calm. Everyone not involved in critical city functions. Stay home. We have to prevail. Just trying to get you the latest updates here. Air raid sirens, I guess, are continuing in Kyiv. I'm seeing reports of that. See, look at this. Look at this. Possible airborne assault against Kharkiv. Michael Horowitz. I guess that was some of it was anti-aircraft fire. Wow, unbelievable. That's a city of 1.5 million people. This is going on, that's a city of 1.5 million people. Hang on a second here. Franak Viakorka, who reports on Belarus stuff, says, we don't have evidence so far of the direct participation of the Belarusian military in the operation. We receive information that some reserve officers were called for urgent training. There are signs of sort of military mobilization. But there were Russian troops, like 30,000 or so Russian troops in Belarus. I don't know if those troops from Belarus participated in this have invaded. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But even if they didn't, having the Russian troops in Belarus spreads out Ukraine's defenses. So we'll have to see what kind of sanctions might be put on Belarus for helping out Russia in this attack. I also don't know, hang on a second here. Bitcoin has dropped a bit, you can see. Bitcoin is down to 34,879 in the last few hours, you can see there. And I don't know if the futures are trading right now. NASDAQ futures are down 2.57%. Russian military released a statement that the civilian population is not in danger. Sounds like they're in danger of having their country taken over and having to live under Putin. Or live in a country like Putin wants them to live in. Here, I'm sorry, I gotta eat a little more, guys. I bought two pieces of bread with peanut butter on it. I've only eaten one. Sorry, guys. Give me a second here. Excuse me. This is unconfirmed. Unconfirmed from Ukrainian journalist Ilya Ponomarenko. He says Belarusian military are also reportedly involved in attack upon Ukraine's border guards. That is unconfirmed. But they have been helping out in this attack by letting Russia have their troops there. And I know people have been sending me things. I'm sorry, it's just been so busy. Oh, 8 send me this. This is unconfirmed video of a Russian ballistic missile launch. Look, I don't know if this is from today. I just don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I can't tell. I have no idea. You know, with the videos coming out, I'm sure some of them are going to be legit and some of them are not. Oh, eLint News posted, thanks to the viewer, Ukrainian border force says it's come under the attack on the border with Belarus by Russians and Belarusian troops. And I'll say this, with this breaking news, like all these reports you hear, everything could change. You know, this could turn out to be false. So just be careful with it. It's breaking news. It's fog of war. So I wouldn't be wedded to the truth of any of the individual reports. Clearly, there's lots of attacks going on. But again, we could find out that some of the information was off or something. What is this? Sorry. Let me bring you more updates here. Oh, look at this. Conflict news. Map of areas of reported Russian strikes in the last 2 hours. Nathan Ruser. A rough map of areas that have been reportedly struck by Russian forces in the last 2 hours. These strikes shouldn't be considered confirmed, and this map should not be considered comprehensive. Lots of different strikes around Ukraine, and who knows what else is going on there. CNN reports explosions in Boryspil International Airport near Kyiv. I don't know where they're getting that from. That's from a local reporter, Alexei Sorokin. Somebody in our chats at CNN reported the presidential building had been hit or something. So I'll have to see if I can get more on that. Yeah, look at this. See this here. Matthew Chance, CNN, reports now that Ukraine's border forces near Belarus say they have come under attack by Russian and Belarusian troops. I don't know if that's true. That's a huge deal if it's true. This is retweeted by Shashank Joshi. He said another video this middle. Oh, hold on. All right. eLint News says video of Russian cruise missiles flying to targets in Ukraine. Hang on. Unconfirmed.
У мене тут дома літають ракети. Вон.
Oh my gosh.
Полетіла. У мене тут дома літають ракети. Вон. Полетела. У мене тут дома літають ракети. Вон. Полетела.
And then Shawshank Joshi also posted this, another video of this missile, unbelievable stuff, from this person, Arda Mevlutoglu.
Fuck, it's crazy. I can't believe that Russia has declared war on Ukraine. That as soon as the declaration... Oh, fuck, that's a missile. That's a missile. That's a fucking missile.
That was one of those like
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
All right, we've got to fucking get inside. I can't... That as soon as the declaration... Oh, fuck, that's a missile. That's a missile. That's a fucking missile.
Unbelievable. Sorry about the language, but that's just unbelievable. I hadn't seen that yet. Christopher Miller says this is happening in Luhansk, Sumy, Kharkiv, Cherniv, and Zhytomyr regions. In addition, look at this. Ukraine Interior Ministry update. The state border of Ukraine was attacked by Russian troops from Russia and Belarus at about 5 a.m. Attacks on border units, border patrols, and checkpoints are carried out with the use of artillery, heavy equipment, and small arms. I hate to say it, but I think there's going to be a lot of dead Ukrainian troops. And I hate to say it, but that's what it's looking like. This is happening in Luhansk, Sumy, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and Zhytomyr regions. In addition, the attack takes place from the Crimea. Work of enemy sabotage and reconnaissance groups is also recorded. Border guards and armed forces of Ukraine and National Guard of Ukraine firing at the enemy, casualties unknown. This is just awful. This is just awful. That's from the Ukrainian government. Michael Kaufman is hearing Russian armor crossing from Belarus into Ukraine. He is a military analyst. So, do we have a situation where Russia took out, they've weakened the Ukrainian military and now they're going to roll in tanks? Hold on, breaking news. Nolan Peterson. Reports of massive traffic jams to leave the city, officials advising to use trains instead. Incredibly, some people were still walking around in city center like nothing is wrong. Oh my gosh, look at this person. Richard Atkinson, this photo just grabbed from Post 5 minutes ago. Police driving around Kyiv telling people to get off the streets and into shelter now after sirens sounded across the city. No traffic on roads, they'll never escape bombing raid. So these are unconfirmed photos. This is unconfirmed of people, somebody walking with a suitcase next to lots of traffic. This is unconfirmed. That's posted by Richard Atkinson. Oh my gosh. I'll see if I can find the traffic on the traffic. I don't think the traffic works in Ukraine, the Google traffic. So I can't do that there. This is really overwhelming. It's just terrible. Look at this, guys. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Video. CNN shows footage of tanks crossing the border from Belarus into Ukraine. Ukrainian border guards, see? This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's only getting worse for here. You've just seen the beginning. Putin's plan is he does not want Ukraine to be the country it is right now. He told you 2 days ago he doesn't think it should be its own country. He doesn't think it's a country. So what's he going to do to Ukraine? What's he going to do to Ukraine, Putin? This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Dan Rivers says lines forming for gas in eastern Ukraine. APEC says Ukraine military says information about landing of Russian troops in Odessa is false. I don't know, it's fog of war. I told you. Every claim you hear, basically, it could turn out that there's bad information there. Intel Crab just posted this. The Ukrainian city of Lutsk was targeted moments ago by Russian airstrikes. Lutsk is less than 100 kilometers from the border with Poland, the furthest strikes west so far this morning.
Чуєш, тільки що їбать. Наш аеродром, походу. Це не аеродром, аеродром там. У нас тут пиздець. Чуєш, тільки що їбать. Наш аеродром, походу. Це не аеродром, аеродром там. У нас тут.
This is unbelievable. I'm sorry, guys. I'm almost finished eating my food. We've been on the air for like 14 hours, so let me finish eating. Hold on one second. I apologize, but I just need to eat something. This is just terrible, and it's only the beginning. It's only the beginning. Here's this video again, a close-up. David Begnaud, Ukrainian border guard video obtained by CNN shows tanks rolling into Ukraine from Belarus. Hang on. Give me 1 moment here. Give me 10 seconds. I'm coming back in 10 seconds. This whole thing is sickening. I'm feeling physically ill right now. And again, this is just beginning. This is really unprecedented. I don't really have anything to compare this to. I maybe if I was around, when Hitler was invading countries or something like that, but this is just unbelievable. Intel Crab posted this unconfirmed video from Bash Karma. Speaker of the Ukraine parliament, Stefanchuk, is filmed fleeing Kyiv with his family. Can't blame the dude. Hang on one second here. Sorry, and I know, guys, I'm trying to update. I'm guessing a lot of you have seen stuff that I haven't seen. So I'm just doing my best to just try to find information and get it out. So I apologize if I'm not seeing certain things. There's just so much information coming out. Oh, Phil Stewart says Ukraine Border Guard Service says attack also taking place from Crimea in southern Ukraine. Crimea is the place that Putin took over and was allowed to basically take it over in 2014. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to just allow him to take part of Ukraine in 2014. Okay, look at this, guys. This is deep inside western Ukraine. Missile strike against Ivano-Frankivsk Air Base. That's from Michael Horowitz. Hang on here. See if I can show you this. That's here. That's how far west that is. Look at how far west that is. All the way over here. And just again, big picture here. Big picture here. This is not Putin bombing Ukraine for a day. Putin a couple days ago told everybody he doesn't think Ukraine has a right to exist as a country. He clearly hates what's become of Ukraine, that it's a pro-Western, pro-European developing democracy that wants to join NATO. So Putin, all signs point to Putin is going to impose his will on Ukraine and fundamentally change the nature of the country. So we got all the explosions and everything, but we haven't gotten to Putin imposing his will, installing a government, making people live in the kind of country they don't want to live in. That's where this is going. That is where this is going. And making people and compelling people. And if they don't like it, killing them and imprisoning them and torturing them. That is where this is going. He's not bombing Ukraine just to bomb Ukraine. Where this is almost surely going is Putin imposing his will and trying to fundamentally change the nature of Ukraine. And what is that going to look like? You think Putin's going to bomb some of the military sites and then leave, and then have the military leave and let them carry on? Putin had 3/4 of his military surrounding this country. He gave you an hour-long madman speech 2 days ago saying he doesn't think Ukraine should be its own country, and you think he's just going to bomb some stuff and leave? Nope. He wants to fundamentally change the nature of this country. That's where this is going. That's where this is going. And you wait until the ground forces roll in and the National Guard forces in. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. Look at this. Marco Rubio, who's been posting updates. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's been posting updates explaining what he thinks is going on. He just posted, Russia has now created a new front in northern Ukraine with assistance from Belarus. This is part of the plan to carry out a double envelopment of Ukrainian forces in the east and isolate Kyiv. Who knows what's going on the ground with tanks, with Ukrainian forces being attacked? I am guessing there are a lot of deaths in the Ukrainian forces right now. I hope not, but I would be shocked if there weren't. This is, we're not seeing any of this stuff. You wait. You see the videos that come out. You wait and you see what the result of this is. This is absolutely horrific. And it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Dan Lamoth says, an invasion of Ukraine from the north will need to work around the remnants of another crisis, the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, which is north of Kyiv. The U.S. officials had predicted Russian forces could assault south from Belarus to the Ukrainian city of Zhytomyr before cutting east to Kyiv. Let me take a second and thank our moderators. Linda Belk is still moderating. Thank you, Linda. Thank you to all of our moderators. I can't thank you enough. Our YouTube moderators, if any are still there, I mean, we've been on the air forever. We've been on like 15 hours. So Sarah, thank you, Sarah. Cynthia Moon, really appreciate all of our moderators. Lamar Watkins, thanks for being there. Also, our Facebook moderators, I know Kay Lowry Bati has been there, Roxanne Betke and others. Our Twitch moderators. Hang on a second here. A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Serrero, Daily Disclosure, Duxor, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, Schulthei Smoke, Tariag, Toby. Thanks to all of our moderators. Some of our viewers mentioned the flight radar. Yeah, there is a plane taking off, interestingly. It looks like there's a plane leaving, I don't know. Or is it a drone? Could be a drone? I don't know what this is. It says 575 feet. We're not really getting info. It says 575 feet. So I don't know what this is here. It's a plane, it's some kind of aircraft at 575 feet and 112 miles an hour. I don't know if that's a drone or what it is. All the airspace is closed. Civilian airspace is closed above Ukraine. Oh, it doesn't. People are saying it doesn't move. I wasn't really looking at it. Anyways, let's unconfirmed report. This is totally unconfirmed. Michael Barthel says Ukrainian defenses have reportedly downed an unspecified Russian aircraft in eastern Ukraine. I can't confirm that. So that stuff might be happening too. Matt Bradley posted this. He is with MSNBC. Starting to hear about a land invasion. Russian troops coming from Russia and Belarus, according to the Ukraine government. Attacks on border units, border patrols, and checkpoints are carried out with the use of artillery, heavy equipment, and small arms. Yeah, that's from the Ukraine government. Where are these troops going? Are they going to go to cities? Are they going to try to take cities? What are they going to do to the people there? President Biden will be speaking at noon tomorrow. Dylan Hausman says, how about speaking now? I don't mind that idea. Intel Crab, hang on a second here. Hang on 1 second here. Let me show you this in a second. Hang on. Hang on, guys. Again, take all of the reports and all of the videos with a grain of salt. It's war. Stuff can be wrong. I'm doing my best to... I find Intel Crab tries their best to be reliable. So it says massive Russian military column spotted moving north through Army Yanks in Crimea.
Вот так вот началось утро, блядь. Еще плюс там вот за огородом грады стоят. Хуярят вовсю.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Crown Royal says poor people from the Ukraine. Exactly. Air raid sirens going off in Lviv, Ukraine. Air raid sirens going off in Lviv, Ukraine, says Global Military Info. I had a Lviv live stream up before. Can I hear it on the stream? No, there is a Lviv live stream on YouTube. So for those of you, if you look up Lviv 2022 webcam, you will see it there. So I'm peeking at that right now too. I didn't hear any sirens, but I don't know if there's audio on that. That's in western Ukraine. That's almost all the way. Lviv is almost all the way to the Polish border. This was thought to be like the safest city. The U.S. initially moved their embassy to Lviv from Kyiv. Lviv is all the way over here. Aurora Intel says Ukrainian sources say they'd shot down a Russian military jet. I can't confirm that. Unbelievable. All right, just doing my best to get you the latest updates here. Stuart Pally retweeted this. It's a tweet from Anastasia Mihailova. She says, I live in Dnipro, Ukraine. I stay up all night because we were attacked tonight. I've been shaking with fear because there are explosions and planes flying near my house. There is nowhere to run. The country is under martial law. Are we living in the 21st century or what? Alec Loon says, Jesus, this is where some of the strikes have been reported. It's all of Ukraine, not just the east, and Kyiv too. And it's only been a few hours. I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. Thomas Van Lynch, oh, sorry, I can't confirm that. What is this? Breaking news, RBC. What is RBC News? Russia. Ministry of Emergency Situations in Ukraine. Hang on. What is this? Ministry of Emergency Situations in Ukraine. Where do I get their site? That's not it. This is like a Russian. This is a Russian account. I'm not going to post that stuff. That could be just false. Guys, this is interesting. Artem posted this. I don't know if this is legit. I wouldn't be surprised. He says elements of missiles on one of the streets of Kyiv. So, unconfirmed photo of piece of a missile in Kyiv. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I mean, there's clearly been missiles in the area. So, I can't confirm it, but I would not be surprised if that's legit. Ria Navasti says the LPR, the People's Militia of the LPR, announced it had begun artillery preparation and an operation to liberate the temporarily occupied territory. So, Russian state media says Putin-backed separatist LPR are beginning a mission to liberate the temporarily occupied territory, which presumably means taking the rest of Luhansk Oblast from Ukrainian forces. Because that would be here. That's Luhansk Oblast. And they hold part of it. And I'm sure that's just going to be, well, whatever. I'm not going to. Putin claimed Putin recognized all of that as independent. Yeah, that's that. Okay, here. Okay, that's my understanding of that. So that would be offensive operations to just take more Ukrainian territory, presumably. Alec Loon posted this, at an aerodrome in Mykolaiv. Look what friendly Russia has done. It was an airstrike. There's a crater behind me still smoking. And is that like an airport? An aerodrome? It's a location from which aircraft flight operations take place.
Я Филоненко Дмитрий Григорьевич, начальник Николаевского аэроклуба. Нахожусь на аэродроме Кульбакина. Вот смотрите, что дружеская Россия сделала. Вот нанесен удар. Сзади меня воронка, еще дымится, видите? Вот. Вот. Сторонникам Путина, России, посмотрите. Вот, что происходит. Вон. Видите? Слышно разрывы еще. Вот я на военном аэродроме сейчас.
That's from Alec Loon. Our viewer said that was a runway. It did look like maybe they cratered the runway. Katie Bo Lillis with CNN says, signs point to the beginning of the ground campaign. Ukrainian State Border Service says Ukraine was attacked by Russian troops from Russia and Belarus from both the north and the areas on the eastern and northern borders of Ukraine. DOD tracking, Department of Defense tracking Belarus incursion, source says. Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree with Susan Glasser. Putin told the world on Monday he did not believe Ukraine should exist as an independent country. That is his goal with his invasion. He already told us. Totally agree, 100%. %100%. All right, hang on a second here. This is unconfirmed. Unconfirmed. I'm going to post this. I'd say taking this as unconfirmed along with pretty much everything else at this point. The General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces says that 5 Russian aircraft and a helicopter were shot down early Thursday. So that could be true. I don't know if it's true. So it's a war. We'll see if that happened. Again, Ukrainian Armed Forces are claiming they shot down 5 Russian aircraft and a helicopter. I have no idea. We'll see what we hear about it. Dan Lamoth says, to be clear, it's a big leap to deploy forces in Ukraine, something Biden has already ruled out. But for the Baltics, Poland, Romania, etc., this is especially alarming. All these parts of the former Soviet Empire. What about countries? What about Moldova? Moldova is right next to Ukraine. What about, Moldova here. What about Romania, which is next to Ukraine? Hungary, Slovakia, Poland. What about the Baltic nations, which are next to Belarus, which now Putin has put tens of thousands of troops in there? What now? And also, this is Russia too, Kaliningrad. What now? What after this? Sorry, hold on a second here. Hang on. This was just posted. Intel Crab posted this. Tybee Time, I guess, is looking at a traffic cam and says 7 minutes ago, at Novaya Huta crossing from Belarus, looking south towards Ukraine. So apparently there might be a traffic cam showing military vehicles crossing the border. Russia, remember, has an enormous force on the border, about 3/4 of its ground troops. It looks like the ground campaign is underway. What's going to happen? I have no idea. Okay. Elint News says shocking videos of piles of soldiers' bodies on some videos coming out, which I am not surprised at. They appear to be Ukrainian, going by the uniform I won't be sharing. We saw some extremely heavy, for example, we've seen some videos showing appear to show some multiple launch rocket fire with lots of rockets being fired from single launcher, which that can like devastate an area, and they're not particularly accurate, those weapons. So my guess is that Russia, I said this before, I said I'd be shocked if there weren't a lot of deaths among Ukrainian troops. So I won't be sharing those either, but I do want to do a quick check here. Give me a second here. Hang on a moment, guys. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports here. Hold on a second here. You know, but it's a war, and so all this information is being posted. Who knows if it's true? Sorry, give me one moment here. It's like, who knows with this stuff? Yeah, there's all these different claims about stuff going on. And a lot of it is stuff I can't verify. So let me just get back into it and just keep bringing you updates that I'm seeing. But clearly this is a major attack. Major, major, major. This is, and again, it's just starting. There's every signal that Putin wants to just fundamentally change Ukraine as a country and have it be the kind of country he wants it to be. And it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Here, look, I agree with this. Michael Kaufman says, there will be rumors in conflicting reports. I'm going to avoid as best I can posting anything that I think is unlikely to be true, but military analysis is at best an imperfect practice, and few things generate confusion like war. A viewer said Zelensky tweeted. Zelensky tweeted, talk to the president, Olaf Scholz, European Council president. Duda is the president of, I'm bad, I'll have to figure this out. Poland, is it? Head of Poland? Prime Minister? I'm not sure. Boris Johnson. Urged to stop Putin, war against Ukraine and the world immediately, building an anti-Putin coalition, immediate sanctions, defense, and financial support to Ukraine, close the airspace. Close the airspace. The world must force Russia into peace. Hang on, folks. Doge says explosions heard in Kyiv again, at least 4. Hang on 1 second here. Hang on. There's just so much being reported, and it's just, you know. BNO News posted this. Russia's defense ministry says Ukrainian air defenses have been neutralized. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I would take it with a grain of salt coming from Russia's defense ministry, but I wouldn't be surprised at that at all. And I agree with Dmitry Alperovich. Putin announced tonight he will demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. This is a full invasion designed to change the government in Kyiv, not a limited operation in Donbass. Hang on one moment here, guys. Hang on. Sorry. Trying to open something up here. It's not, it's acting fidgety. Here's an update from from a Ukrainian newspaper. Ukraine Pravda. Information about Russian landing in Odessa is untrue. The army is repelling an air attack. The armed forces says they have taken and hold defensive positions, repel an air attack. The situation is under control, and information about the landing of troops in Odessa is not true. Excuse me. Paul Son reports, Eastern European members of NATO are invoking Article 4, which means urgent consultations on military plans for the alliance. Because I'm guessing now, countries like Poland and Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia and Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, I think all of those are in NATO. Most of them, if not all of them, but are probably very concerned right now. Moldova is not in NATO, and I'm sure they're very concerned too. But, who knows what happens after this? But let's not even go there right now, because the worry now is what happens to Ukraine. We've seen some bombing from the sky and stuff, but now the ground forces appear to be moving in. What is Putin going to do to Ukraine? This is extremely concerning. This is just the beginning, And when Marco Rubio is saying that that Russia wants to isolate the capital, Kyiv, so what are they going to do with Kyiv? What are they going to do? Are they going to try to starve it out? Are they going to cut off power, cut off food? I have no idea. This is just getting started. The airstrikes was probably just to degrade the Ukrainian military, get control of the skies. We haven't seen what Putin is planning on yet for this country. Nolan Peterson says, this was over an hour ago. An hour ago, he said the momentum. Yeah, I don't know if that's still going on. So I don't want to post that. And again, I'm seeing some videos, but if I don't really have any idea where they're coming from, I'm not going to show them. OSINT Technical says CNN reporter in Odessa was woken by multiple explosions at 5 a.m. At 6 a.m., there were 2 more explosions. Reports no evidence of a Russian landing. Jackie Heinrich with Fox News says Ukrainian member of parliament Alexei Goncharenko on Fox News, every barrel of oil and every cubic meter of gas which is now bought from Russia is something which is paid for by our Ukrainian blood. Today it's our Ukrainian blood. Tomorrow it will be blood of other nations. What will the sanctions be announced today by the U.S. and other NATO countries? What will those sanctions be? I'll try to get to some of the things people have sent me too. But we really, at this picture, we don't have a picture of what Putin is planning for Ukraine. Everything so far has been that we've seen is the airstrikes and stuff. That's just Putin, reducing the Ukrainian military capacity, taking out the anti-aircraft. This is all preliminary stuff. The question is, what do Putin's forces do when they go into Ukraine? Oh, breaking news, B&O posted a report from Wall Street Journal. This is not surprising if it's true. I am not surprised at all by this. This is terrible, though. Breaking news, hold on. Wall Street Journal, Ukrainian official says hundreds of Ukrainian service members believed to have been killed in Russian attacks. I would not be surprised. We heard about so much rocket fire, Grad rockets. I would not be surprised. And I'm guessing that claim will be backed up. I am guessing you will see, supposedly there's video of bodies and stuff, but I'm guessing Ukraine will back up the claims. Unfortunately. Look at this. Russia attacks Ukraine. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Where did it say the thing about the casualties? I don't know. I believe they saw it there, but well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. B&O says they saw Wall Street Journal report it. They said they saw. I'm sure they saw Wall Street Journal report it. So, but I will keep an eye out. Florian Wotulski, same thing. Wall Street Journal sources state death toll of the first attacks from Russia in the past hours already in the hundreds. Some people out there have seen videos of. Actually, let me do something real quick. Actually, hang on a second here. Give me 1 second here. Give me one moment. Yeah, I haven't seen those photos yet, but I'm sure I'll stumble across them and be horrified. I'm seeing like unconfirmed video of Russian helicopters, but I don't know if that's legit. There's so many of these videos floating around, and who knows if they're from today. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Olive and Gregor Martin, who I follow. Gregor thinks these hit Kharkiv. Olive. BM-30 Smerch launch from Belgorod, Russia towards Ukraine. Look at this. Is this like multiple launch rockets or something? Let me see. You don't see like where they hit, you know? BM-30 Smerch. That's a heavy multiple rocket launcher. The system is intended to defeat personnel, armored, and soft targets in concentration areas. I'm sure they targeted all these troops. Here's flight radar here. I'm seeing there's a U.S. drone there. There's a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. Is flight radar not working well? Some people said flight radar was slowing down. You can see people avoiding Ukraine airspace. Ukraine airspace is closed, by the way. Yeah, guys, I've been going through messages. There's so many messages here. So there's just so many messages. And I've been bringing updates, so I just haven't even had time. And then I'm not showing videos from random person on Twitter who I have no idea if it's legit or not. There's all these videos posted by random accounts, and it's like, I don't know if those are from today or not. Oh, Scootercaster posted, thank you, Miss Woofs. She's in Ukraine. Massive traffic jam leaving the city of Kyiv headed west, she says. She's there, Scootercaster. Oh, Rob found some Snapchats. Hold on. These are some Snapchats from Kyiv. I can't play the music, though. Kyiv 30 minutes ago. This says situation is actually normal, but people for a safe zone trying to leave Ukraine. Okay. Sorry, we've been on the air for like 14 straight hours. So it's just kind of like overwhelming, all this stuff. It's just terrible. Dan McLaughlin posted this. In Kharkiv, Larissa Yelena and Kat Chanel were woken by explosions at 5 a.m., packed up in 30 minutes, and are planning to head west, but they have no car and no idea where to go. A vibrant university city of 1.4 million facing a nightmare this morning. And the ground forces haven't even moved in yet. The ground forces haven't. This is just the start of it. This is just the start of it. It's just the start of it, I'm telling you. Yeah, and there's all these videos, and I can't confirm them, and I don't want to show stuff when it could just be, false or from last year or from some other place. All this stuff, who knows? Just everybody's sending me the same video, and I have no idea if it's legit or not. Thank you here. So I'm just trying to get through some of your messages. It's been so nonstop. I'm going to check the Asia stock markets. Asian markets, Hong Kong down 3%, China down 2%, India down 2.5%, so forth, so forth. And like for the economic effects, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows how long this goes on for? Who knows if other countries get dragged in? Oh, look at this, guys. Elint News, video of Russian cruise missile reportedly striking airfield in Ivano-Frankivsk. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's unbelievable. Look at this. Yeah, see, I don't know. I saw this video too. I don't know. I can't confirm this video. I saw another video, I think, that said it was somewhere else. Olive posted this, so I don't know if this is from today. I just have no idea. I have no idea. OSINT Technical posted this, supposedly Russian units entering Ukraine from Crimea. Look, clearly the ground invasion seems to be underway. That seems to be happening. Big Meat Special says, I hope this was worth Russia's economy being obliterated. This is just beginning. This whole thing. I think we're used to these like conflicts where it's like there's like a night of bombing and like that's it or something, like that or that kind of. This is world changing and it's just beginning. It's just beginning. There's so much unknowns here. I can't even process it all. Really, the whole story is just beginning. Who knows what effect this will have on Russia? Amy Kin reports, China's embassy in Ukraine urged Chinese nationals and businesses to stay at home and advised those traveling by car to affix a Chinese flag in a prominent place on their vehicle. The embassy stopped short of telling Chinese nationals to evacuate. This is unconfirmed. This is unconfirmed. Okay, look, it says, just Arik Toller, who's with Bellingcat, posted this. I have no idea if this is true. Justin Yao says an apartment complex is devastated by the bombardment south of Kharkiv, unknown number of casualties. He says, I filmed this about 15 minutes ago. Okay? This could happen too. Maybe some of the rockets or whatever didn't hit their intended target. So again, maybe this is an apartment complex that was hit. I can't confirm it. I'm sure you'll see more videos like that though. And watch what happens if Putin tries to take cities. He hasn't done that. So he's bombed some of the military stuff. He doesn't want that. He wants to change the country of Ukraine. He wants to make the people of Ukraine live in the kind of country they don't want to live in. That's going to cause forcing the people of Ukraine to do what they don't want to do. That's going to be force. And I assume he's not going to just not go into cities because it wouldn't make sense. So watch when there's fighting in cities. Watch what happens. On the ground. Watch the ground fighting. This thing, I'm telling you, it's going to be unspeakably horrific what's going on. Unspeakably horrific. BNO says Ukraine says enemy forces have seized control of 2 villages in countries east. Certainly, I would guess that Russia is going to try to take some of the territory in the east that they claim is independent from Ukraine. As I said before, Russian-backed separatists control this, but Putin 2 days ago said all this isn't part of Ukraine. So presumably they're going to take all this. And by the way, go back and watch what we talked about the last 4 weeks. And go back, we covered this for over a month. Just go back pretty much every stream and watch how we discussed it. And I showed you a couple different analysts and I said, look at what they're saying. The logic of the situation is that there's going to be a major invasion. I said it again and again and again. And I got you're fear mongering. Nothing's going to happen. This isn't news. But if you just looked at the situation clear-headedly, and rationally, this is what was going to leading to happen. It's what it was. And that's what happened. That's what happened. Go back, watch the last month of broadcast. Watch what we talked about. Scootercaster says, station board in Kyiv train station. Announcement says, during the emergency situation, we ask the citizens to stay calm. I mean, it's so crazy. It's like the country's getting attacked, but, I guess the trains are still running. Like, what do you do? And also, again, I don't think people have had a lot of contact with the ground forces so far. I'm guessing they will soon. I'm guessing in different cities that the ground forces are going to move in soon. Is this legit? I have no idea. Olive says this has destroyed Ukrainian MPs. Loic sent this to me. I have no idea. Is this from today? I don't know. I have no idea. Is that from today? I can't tell you. I have no idea. I don't know if it's from this year. It's like, who knows? Isabel Kurd-Shudian says, seen in Kharkiv right now, long gas station and grocery store lines, people filling up big jugs of water. One family with a 5-month-old I talked to said they planned to fly away from here tomorrow, but don't know what they had planned to fly away from here tomorrow, but don't know what to do now. Well, there you go. There's a sense that people didn't really believe this was going to happen, so they didn't prepare. This is such a shame, and I've heard this again and again. Kharkiv mayor put out a message asking people to stay in their homes. Government offices and schools are closed. I have heard a bunch of reporting. We heard lots of reporting. I heard lots of reporting from Ukraine saying people didn't think it was going to happen. People didn't think it was going to happen. And people haven't really seen what's happening yet there. And the government kept saying it's not going to happen. Okay, look, here's what I think I'm going to do. We've been on the air about 14 and a half hours. I'm going to keep following this, but I think right now I got to take a break. I'm kind of feeling like a little bit like I just need to. I also haven't slept, so I don't even like know what time it is here. So believe me, there's a lot more coverage of this to come. I'm kind of like feeling like I need to kind of get off and process stuff. So when I get off, I'm going to be following this, but I just need, it just feels like I gotta, for my own good probably, as some people are suggesting, kind of get away from this and just kind of sit and kind of think. So this story is just beginning. It's just beginning. I'm going to take a break. Maybe I'll sleep some. I'm sure when I wake up, I'll get back on the air and cover this. I guarantee you. This is what I'm following. But I think it feels like the healthy time, because it's going to keep going hour after hour. So just again, please have the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. And again, remember, this is just the beginning. It's going to be truly horrific for the people of Ukraine. It has not even, you haven't seen it yet. It's very, very bad. I can't believe this is happening. I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like it's a nightmare. I cannot believe in this day and age that this crazy guy said, I hate this country, so I'm just going to attack them. With my best military, as good as anybody else's military in the world. It's just a country that wasn't threatening him. It's just unbelievable. He's lost his mind. Putin has lost his mind. This is crazy. I think it's actually crazy to him from a self-interested perspective. I think it could cost him his rule. It's going to be terrible, but it's just, who knows what he'll do next? This is just crazy. But I feel so awful for the Ukrainian people and what is to come. It is just awful. I have never experienced anything like this in my life. Seen something like this. I mean, of course, there's been awful, really bad things, but something on this scale, I mean, this is truly awful and truly evil. Just awful. I want to say thanks to our moderators. I don't even know. We've had so many moderators in and out tonight that they're the ones who let me have the chat. Let us do the chat here. Linda says, go for a walk. That's not a bad idea, Linda. I might go, well, it's 1:46 a.m. Who knows? I might walk around the block. I don't know. I just need to kind of sit. There's so much with this thing. No one knows where this is going. It's crazy. Well, I think I know the general direction it's going in Ukraine, but this is it's just beginning. So let me thank our moderators. Oh, by the way, I will post on Twitter. When I'm off the air, I'm going to be keeping up with this. Follow me on Twitter, @Lookner. I'll be posting on Twitter when I'm not on the air, @Lookner. Let me thank our moderators. They're all volunteers. Linda Belk. Thank you, Linda. She's been in Twitter. We've had all these moderators in YouTube. Sarah and AJ, Cynthia Moon, Lexa Fulmer, Havasumam is there now. We've had so many mods. So all of our YouTube mods, our Facebook and Twitch mods, mods in Facebook like, let's see, what happened to our, did our live video ended? Oh, what happened? Wait. Oh, no, we're on Facebook. Oops, I didn't even switch it. I'm sorry. My brain so isn't working that when I restarted the Facebook video, I didn't open it. Now I can see it. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I see the people in Facebook. Yeah, so I'm sorry. everybody on their Facebook, and all the moderators we've had, Kay Larry Bate, Margaret Riley, Bud Green, Roxanne Betke, Soma Amar if she was there. So thank you to all of our moderators on Facebook and all of our Twitch moderators too. Thank you. And again, I'm just whenever after I take my break or sleep a little bit or whatever, I'm just going to cover this again. So as soon as I'm done with what I need to do, it might be tomorrow morning or whatever, I'm just coming back on the air and covering it more. So you can be confident of that. I just need to take a break before coming back to our coverage. But this is awful. But we will be having obviously more coverage. A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girls, Cerrero, Daily Disclosure, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, Schulthei, Smoke, Tariag, Toby, Sully. Thank you to all our Twitch moderators. Thanks to everybody who donated. Just so people know, if you've never seen the channel, I do this full time, and so that when people donate, it's just what lets me do this full time. Because obviously, if I was going somewhere for a job, every day, then I couldn't sit here every day and cover this. So I normally I'd be acknowledging the donations during the broadcast. It's been so busy and it just felt weird. So I really, really appreciate everybody who donated, because that's just what lets me do this. So, and just so people know, that's what the donations go to. It just allows me to cover this stuff and do it full time. So again, all the Facebook stars too. I'm sorry I didn't really have time to individually thank everybody, but it is very much appreciated. And if you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv. But again, thank you, because that's what lets me do this. So I do very much appreciate that. I also apologize. I know that people have been sending in messages. I'm sure that you guys saw stuff that was important and that was interesting that I never got to. It's just been so nonstop that I kind of just have to just keep pushing stuff out there. And I didn't get to read comments and check your messages nearly as much as I wanted to. So it's just the nature of the stream. I just haven't really had much time to do it, because there's been so much going on. So I really appreciate all the messages. And again, it's not a judgment about your message. I'm sure there's things you've sent me where I'd be like, oh, I wish I had known that on the air. It's just the way it is. You got to just kind of keep stuff going out there. And I know I missed stuff, so I apologize for the messages I missed and everything. But I appreciate you writing in. And we will be having more coverage of this. We'll be reading more of your comments. But this is just starting, this whole thing. And, I'll be posting on Twitter. Agenda Free TV is the channel. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. If you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you click the notifications bell and you choose all notifications. See, there's a bell there. Click on the bell and choose all notifications. And also, we have a Twitter account where I always post before we're coming on the air, Agenda Free TV. So you can get a heads up when we're coming on the air by following that and add Agenda Free TV and turn on notifications. Also, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Agenda Free TV fan Discord, check it out. It's free. The links at the bottom of the YouTube chat, our moderators can post that link as well. And that's if you sign up for that, you get really good notifications when we're coming on the air. If you put the Discord app on your phone, then your phone will pop up. The notifications will pop up on your phone when we come on the air. I very much appreciate our YouTube members. Thank you so much to our YouTube members. You're really supportive, and I very much appreciate all of your support. We've had a lot of them there, like just a couple, I'll just name Rita, I see, and Strange Reverend, and Cherry Cola, and David Rivera, C. Michelle Sparks, and the others. Oops. Hang on a second here. What is this here? Oh, I see. Everything's like freezing up and everything here. What was I going to say? Yeah, and all of our viewers, our Twitter viewers, our Twitch viewers, our Facebook viewers, our YouTube viewers, everybody participated in the chats. I really appreciate all of your help covering this. So what I'm going to do is I mean, I could just keep covering this because there's so much news coming out on this right now. But what I need to do, I think, I thank you to the viewers who said go take a break because I need to be following this. I'm going to follow this right when I get off the air. I'm going to my computer and I'm going to follow it and I'll tweet about it. But I do think with this amount of time, I can feel it and I need to like take a rest and take a shower and whatever. And it's like nonstop news. So I will be back. We will be having more coverage of this situation. And I will be posting on Twitter right after this. I'm sure I'll start posting Twitters in a few minutes about what's going on. Okay. So, but again, more to come on this story. More to come. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying. And I just want to remind you one more time, please keep the Ukrainian people in your thoughts. I've said this before. We will be talking about it more. I think this will be and I said it before tonight many times. I think this will be unthinkably horrific, what's going to happen in Ukraine. And I hate to say it, but unfortunately, that's where I think this is going. So it's a whole new world. The world has changed after this, and there's lots more to discuss. Okay, guys. So I'm going to wrap this up. I'm taking a break, and we will have more coverage coming your way of this. And stay safe, everyone, and thoughts with everybody in Ukraine. And we'll see you very soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.
In the capital itself. It is disturbing. It's worrying. Mm-hmm. We don't know where this is taking place. Most importantly, we don't know how long it's going to take. And whether this is the first few stages, whether these are first few stages of what might be an invasion. Government spokesman, just reading this now.
Yes, please.
I just want to add this. Government spokesman said cruise and ballistic missile strikes are underway at control centers in the capital, Kyiv. Thank you.
So that is some new information, Charlie. And I think my next question, given what you just laid out and how residents there did not appear to be concerned, how is it that officials are going to be then communicating directives to people about what exactly they need to do now that this Russian military action is underway?
Well, this is it, Elaine. We don't know the scope or the scale of what's going on and how long it's going to continue. And most importantly, whether people's lives are at risk. One thing we were expecting is that there would be a cyber attack, communications would go down, electricity would go down. We haven't seen that. So in a manner of speaking, it suggests that there are targeted attacks. As we just read from a government spokesman, these are cruise missiles at command and control centers. Certainly that was to be expected. And the reason for that isn't necessarily that there are punitive strikes or this presages an invasion of the capital itself. But you have to keep in mind that there are command and control centers within the capital that are responsible for the Ukrainian military out in the east and other parts of the country itself. It would be a target for the Russian military to take down and cripple those parts in order to defend their own forces if there was to be an invasion. Nobody's suggesting that's happening anywhere here. And the bombardment that we've had, again, maybe 22 dozen explosions that we've heard over the past 45 minutes or so, doesn't necessarily suggest an invasion is underway, but these might be targeted attacks on what might be command and control centers. The real concern, obviously, in a city of 3 million people, is the cost of human lives.
Absolutely. All right. Charlie D'Agata in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv for us. Charlie, thank you very much. Please stay safe. Let's turn now to Holly Williams. She is in Kharkiv, Ukraine, which is in the eastern part of the country. And Holly, I know you had reported on our CBS News special report earlier, also hearing activity. What is it that you heard and witnessed?
That's right, Elaine. Also, just after 5 a.m. local time, we heard a whole series of very loud thuds, sounded like explosions. I would say more than a dozen of them. We can't confirm what they were, but certainly the suspicion our suspicion at the time was that they were missile strikes or air strikes. And a Ukrainian spokesman has just said that military targets in this region have been hit by strikes. Just before that began, we heard from Russia that Russian state TV had aired this speech by President Putin saying that he had decided to conduct a special military operation in Donbass. Donbass is that region in eastern Ukraine that's controlled by Russian-backed separatists, and then some area beyond that. He also said, though, that Russia's plans do not include an occupation of Ukraine. That sounds like he's decided, or perhaps decided, against a full-blown ground invasion of this country. However, President Putin also said that Russia will seek to demilitarize Ukraine and that clashes between the two militaries are inevitable. So we're really waiting now to see what this military involvement by Russia in Ukraine will actually look like.
And Holly, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Charlie. What was it like there leading up to this day, leading up to this evening? Because as Charlie describes it, where he is in Kyiv, residents did not appear to be very concerned. Now, you're geographically, as we should point out, I don't know if we have a map control room that we can just show. You are further to the east than Kyiv. And so I wonder what the attitude has been of people there. Have they expressed concerns? Have they been bracing for potential military action by Russia?
Yeah, Elaine, Kharkiv is only about 20 miles from the Russian border, and immediately on the other side of that border is a big part of the Russian military build-up along Ukraine's border around the city of Belgorod. One military analyst told us that he estimates there are more than 20,000 Russian troops in that area, as well as artillery and other hardware. But I should say that we only reached Kharkiv in the last few hours. We've spent the last several days in eastern Ukraine, in and around the front line in that area. And we need to point out that although there are now fears that this could be the beginning of the biggest land war that Europe has seen since the Second World War, Ukraine is already conducting a war in the east of the country against Russian-backed separatists. They've been fighting for nearly 8 years. It is bloody. Ukraine says that more than 14,000 people have been killed. We were close to the front line in villages and towns and on the front line with soldiers themselves in recent days. There has been a big escalation in violence there. We were in towns towns and villages that have been hit with artillery. Ukraine says that artillery came from the Russian-backed separatists. Those Russian-backed separatists are in those parts of Ukraine, breakaway parts of Ukraine, that Vladimir Putin recognized as independent republics, seen by many as a kind of precursor to this military involvement that we're now seeing now.
All right, Holly Williams in Kharkiv, Ukraine for us. Holly, thank you very much. Please stay safe. For more, let's bring in CBS News national security correspondent David Martin. He is at the Pentagon. David, what's the very latest that you're hearing from U.S. military officials, from NATO officials about what actually is taking place right now?
Well, NATO officials confirm what is now the obvious, that those explosions that Charlie and Holly have been hearing are, in fact, the beginning of the Russian attack on Ukraine, most likely launched from aircraft and by ballistic missiles targeted at command and control centers and air defense systems. And that has long been considered to be the opening phase of a Russian attack on Ukraine. And the question now is what follows? The U.S. assessment was that if they were going to conduct a full-out invasion, then this shelling by ballistic missiles, airstrikes, even artillery, would continue through the night. And then at daylight, troops, ground forces would start to move. They could either be paratroopers, they could be troops brought in by helicopter, they could be troops just rolling across the border. Now, the only piece of good news in all this is that it is not in Vladimir Putin's interest to destroy either Kyiv or Kharkiv. This is the old you break it, you own it rule. And if he goes in there and wants to have Ukraine as part of Russia, then he wants to have a functioning capital and he wants to have a major city like Kharkiv be intact. So don't look for there to be a battle for Kyiv. You look for him to isolate Kyiv so that Kyiv cannot come to the rescue of the Ukrainian military forces off there in the east, which are faced off with Russian forces who are, according to Putin, now going to reclaim that all of that Donbass region. Fully half of the Ukraine military is down there in the east. So if the Russians can cut them off, that is a long step toward being able to divide and conquer the Ukrainian military. And of course, by taking out their command and control centers, they're taking out the ability of the military to communicate with itself and to maneuver itself out of harm's way. And it would seem that the real short-term goal for the Russians here would be to reduce an organized defense by the Ukrainians down to pockets of resistance which they could either bypass or eliminate at their leisure.
So, David, to follow up on that, you said fully half of Russia's military is there now. What about Russian weaponry assembled there in that area? And then what kind of military capabilities does Ukraine have to counter Russia's military forces?
Well, over the past couple months, ever since this invasion looked like it really was going to happen, the U.S. has been rushing defensive weapons to the Ukrainian military, and those include Javelin anti-tank missiles, and some of the U.S. allies have been giving them Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. Both of those are effective weapons, but just to get them, fly them into the capital of Kyiv doesn't mean that they're ready to use. You have to train people on how to use those weapons, and then of course you have to deploy them at the front. And we don't really know how much progress has been made in terms of arming the Ukrainian military with some of these higher grade weapons. But they're going up against a superior force, and they can raise the price, but it is not at all likely that they can fend off the Russian military. There are estimates that the Russian military in a full-out invasion would suffer 3,000 to 10,000 casualties. That's a lot of body bags to come home to Russia. That may hurt Putin's standing in his own country. But of course, all that is just estimates and assessments now. When the sun comes up, we will see in Ukraine what the Russian military and Vladimir Putin have in store as the next step.
And David, we know that there were concerns over Russia launching cyber attacks against Ukraine as well. Are you hearing anything about that at this point from military officials?
Well, we saw some cyber attacks today, but there was not an indication that they were destructive. They were more malicious. In other words, they bombarded websites, and the websites were forced off the internet for a while. But as of right now, anyway, I have no confirmation that truly destructive cyber attacks were conducted. And that may be in keeping with what I was talking about earlier, which is you break it, you own it. You don't want to destroy Ukraine's digital communication system if you're going to, or if you're planning to, take it over.
Right, and as we saw in Charlie D'Agata's report there from Kyiv, as he looked around, the lights were on, the power was on. And so we'll obviously continue to watch very closely. David Martin, CBS News national security correspondent. Thank you very much, David, for your reporting. Let's turn now to our Nancy Cordes, CBS News chief White House correspondent, joining us by phone tonight. Nancy, what can you tell us? President Biden, we know, issued a statement not long after Russian President Vladimir Putin gave that televised a set of remarks in which he announced the special military operation, as he called it, in eastern Ukraine. What was President Biden's reaction?
His reaction, Elaine, was that Russia is going to suffer the consequences of what it is doing right now. He called this an unprovoked and unjustified attack. And he said Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. The president said he's going to be announcing more consequences tomorrow in a speech to the American people. We expect that will happen early afternoon. And we're now seeing basically on a daily basis new sanctions being levied against Russian banks, Russian individuals, Russian oligarchs. And so we'll wait to see what the president unveils tomorrow. But we know that he has been holding off on announcing basically the motherlode of sanctions, the swift and severe sanctions that he and other top administration officials have been describing that would really, in a devastating fashion, cut off Russian banks from the West entirely. And so we'll wait to see if that is what President Biden is now ready to announce after we see what's happening in Ukraine tonight.
On that point, Nancy, remind us, he had faced bipartisan criticism, as I understand it, for not going ahead sooner with those kinds of sanctions that you're describing and not going after Russia in a more aggressive way. What was the argument, essentially, from the Biden administration about why they did not get to that level? It's essentially they were holding back so as they could escalate, as military action escalated?
Right, because they said if they levied all the sanctions now, then they would basically be taking all the arrows out of their quiver, that they would have no additional ways to deter Russia from acting. They felt that by holding these sanctions over Russia's head, they had at least a chance of dissuading Vladimir Putin, of warning him how devastating these sanctions would be, but not imposing most of them unless he did what he's obviously doing right now. You had Republicans and Democrats, however, who argued, look, we know what he's going to do. He has signposted what he's going to do. We have satellite imagery of tens of thousands of Russian troops arrayed at the border. We have lots of intelligence indicating that he's about to attack. We should just go ahead and do it now. At the end of the day, it looks like the White House is going to end up doing this a day or two after some of these Democrats and Republicans wanted them to. It's just a difference of opinion when it comes to foreign policy. And I should point out, Elaine, something really interesting that's been going on in the backdrop here. Even as the shelling began, there was an emergency UN meeting that was taking place and is still taking place in New York. And we've just been watching diplomat after diplomat from around the world almost begging Putin to change course. And it really exemplifies how isolated Putin is right now. Even his closest allies, the Chinese, said, they want all sides to stand down. And so it's an indication of how arrayed not just the West, but most of the world is against what Putin is doing. And President Biden, in addition to his speech to the nation tomorrow, he's also going to be holding an emergency meeting with a virtual meeting with G7 leaders as they continue to try to figure out what they could possibly do to try to force Putin off the trajectory he's on right now.
All right, Nancy Cordes, CBS News Chief White House Correspondent. Nancy, thank you very much. For more, let's bring in Mary Ilyushina, CBS News foreign correspondent from Moscow. Mary, what can you tell us? We know that, as Nancy pointed out, there was... Okay, I'm told we don't have that guest right now. So we are going to go ahead and turn to CBS News Chief Foreign Correspondent. Chief. All right, we're going to take you to the BBC now.
Shows the disdain that Russia has for international law and for the United Nations. Russia must be accountable to the Security Council. For this reason, France...
So that's the France representative there, live at the special emergency UN security meeting at the request of Ukraine that's happening in New York. And just a reminder that President Vladimir Putin has come out tonight on Russian TV and effectively declared war on Ukraine, although he calls it a special military operation in Donbass. We will have more news on this breaking story. Do stay tuned right here to BBC News.
No matter what the circumstances, we call for the protection and...
This is BBC News. I'm Simon Pusey. Our top stories. Reports of explosions in the Ukrainian capital as Vladimir Putin announces a special military operation in Ukraine. The United Nations Security Council holds an emergency meeting on Ukraine with the Secretary General making a direct plea to the Russian leader.
President Putin.
The 8,960th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is threat to international peace and security. The agenda is I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Russian Federation is asking for a procedural vote on the proposal to hold this meeting on the initiative of the United States. The delegation of the U.S., in explaining its proposal on convening this meeting, has pointed out that it considers the deployment of Russian troops within Russian territory as a threat to international peace and security. This is not only unacceptable interference in the domestic affairs of our state, but also an attempt to mislead the international community on the situation in the region and also the reason for the current global tensions. We are being asked to convene a Security Council meeting on unfounded accusations that we have refuted frequently. Furthermore, we frequently refuted, often consistently refuted. Furthermore, the open format for discussion proposed by the US on this extremely sensitive topic is making this a classic example of megaphone diplomacy and working in public, for the public, rather. There's a need to review this, and we've all stated this frequently. We do not think that this will help to bring this council together. Rather, we fully understand that the desire of our American colleagues to whip up hysterics regarding its own situations regarding the so-called Russian act of aggression is something that they want to do, including within the Security Council from this rostrum. Our Security Council colleagues are being put in an extremely difficult position. This is of great harm, this hysterica, to Ukraine itself. The president of which, as we've seen, has asked Western countries just a few days ago not to whip up hysterics regarding the deployment of Russian troops near the border, since this all harms the Ukrainian economy. We do not need this panic, said President Zelensky. Rather, this is needed for those people who believe in the myth of the Russian aggression. The Ukrainian officials have talked about a lack of a threat from Russia. In particular, this pertains to the Minister of Defense, the President himself, Mr. Zelensky, who have said themselves that they do not see in this activity that we are being talked about today as a threat. We are prepared to disseminate this to you later. We would urge all colleagues to not use the rostrum of the Security Council to push forward the propaganda beliefs of our colleagues. We would also like to remind members of the Security Council that the Russian delegation in December announced its plans to have an annual discussion of the situation in Ukraine during our presidency of the Council that starts from tomorrow. The 7th anniversary of the adoption of the packet of measures of the Minsk agreements will be an excellent opportunity for us to constructively show the Security Council's commitment to 2202, that is the international basis for the Ukrainian settlement. The event is planned for the 17th of February. If our American colleagues really need to say in public any additional information about this, they can fully do this during the planned meeting in February. We would urge all sensible members of the Council not to support this provocative proposal and treat the UN Charter with respect. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of the US.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As our colleague stated, we have called for this meeting. And we've called for this meeting because of what we have all witnessed over the course of the past few months in terms of the actions of the Russian Federation on the territory on the border with Ukraine. They indicate that it's in their own territory, but it is also very close to their neighbor's border. It's a neighbor that has been invaded already before. It's a neighbor that has Russian troops occupying their territory. We have had numerous meetings, over 100 meetings over the course of the past few weeks, both with Russian officials and in consultations with our European and Ukrainian colleagues. All of these meetings have been in private. We think it's now time to have a meeting in public and have this discussed in a public forum. We have worked with the Ukrainians at their request to provide assistance to them so that they can prepare for what they see as inevitable, including having provided $200 million in assistance in recent weeks and over $5 billion in assistance since 2014. And that is so that they can be prepared. You've heard from our Russian colleagues that we're calling for this meeting to make you all feel uncomfortable. Imagine how uncomfortable you would be if you had 100,000 troops sitting on your border in the way that these troops are sitting on the border with Ukraine. For us, this is about peace and security. It's about honoring the UN Charter that calls on us as members of the Security Council to protect peace and security. So this is not about antics. It's not about rhetoric. It's not about US and Russia. What this is about is the peace and security of one of our member states. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States. In view of the request and the comments made by members of the Security Council, I intend to put the provisional agenda to a vote. Accordingly, I shall put it to the vote now. Will those in favor of the adoption of the provisional agenda please raise their hand? Those against? Abstention? The result of the voting is as follows. 10 votes in favor, 2 votes against, 3 abstentions. The provisional agenda has been adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Belarus, Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, to participate in the meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. Recalling the Security Council latest note 507 on its working methods, I wish to encourage all speakers, both members and non-members of the Council, to deliver their statements in 5 minutes or less. Note 507 also encouraged briefers to be succinct and to focus on key issues. In this spirit, briefers are further encouraged to limit their initial remarks to 7 to 10 minutes. Everyone is also encouraged to wear a mask at all times, including while delivering remarks. I now give the floor to Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you. Madam President, the United Nations is closely following the ongoing diplomatic discussions on the future of European peace and security architecture among representatives of the Russian Federation, the United States, members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the European Union, and the Organization for the Security and Cooperation in Europe. We hope the outcome of these talks will strengthen peace and security in Europe, including for Ukraine. Madam President, although not an active participant in these exchanges, in all his contacts, the Secretary General has unequivocally supported the ongoing diplomatic efforts at all levels. Still, we remain greatly concerned that, even as these efforts continue, tensions keep escalating and a dangerous military buildup is in the heart of Europe. It is reported that over 100,000 troops and heavy weaponry from the Russian Federation are positioned along the border with Ukraine. Unspecified numbers of Russian troops and weaponry are also reportedly being deployed to Belarus ahead of large-scale joint military exercises in February on the borders with Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states. NATO members are reportedly planning additional deployments in Eastern European member states, and NATO has advised that 8,500 troops are now on high alert. Accusations and recriminations among the various actors involved in the ongoing discussions have created uncertainty and apprehension for many that a military confrontation is impending. Madam President, the Secretary General has made clear that there can be no alternative to diplomacy and dialogue to deal with the complex, long-standing security concerns and threat perceptions that have been raised. He has expressed his strong belief that there should not be any military intervention in this context and that diplomacy should prevail. He's been equally explicit that any such intervention by one country in another would be against international law and the United Nations Charter. His expectation is that we all contribute to avoiding confrontation and to creating conditions for a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. We therefore welcome the steps taken so far by all involved to maintain dialogue. We urge and expect all actors to build on these efforts and to remain focused on pursuing diplomatic solutions by engaging in good faith. We further urge all actors to refrain from provocative rhetoric and actions to maximize the chance for diplomacy to succeed. Achieving mutual understanding and lasting, mutually acceptable arrangements is the best way to safeguard regional and international peace and security in the interest of all. Madam President, let me repeat the full commitment of the United Nations to the sovereignty, political independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in accordance with relevant General Assembly resolutions. It is important, especially at this time, for the international community to intensify its support for the efforts of the Normandy 4 and of the OSCE-led Trilateral Contact Group to ensure the implementation of the Minsk agreements endorsed by this Council in its Resolution 2202. We welcome the recent meeting of the Normandy 4 advisors in Paris and their agreement to reconvene shortly in Berlin as another sign that diplomacy can work. We commend these efforts and those of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission. Likewise, United Nations agencies in Ukraine are committed to continue delivering on their mandates, in accordance with the humanitarian principles of neutrality, impartiality, humanity, and independence. Safe, unimpeded humanitarian access must be respected under any circumstances to provide support to the 2.9 million people in need of assistance, with the majority in non-government controlled areas. In this regard, I encourage member states to contribute to the humanitarian response plan. Further, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine continues to document civilian casualties in the conflict area. Madam President, no one is watching the current diplomatic efforts more than the people of Ukraine. They have endured a conflict that has taken over 14,000 lives since 2014, and that tragically is still far from resolution. It is painfully obvious that any new escalation in or around Ukraine would mean more needless killing and destruction. Whatever one's position regarding the current situation or the status quo in eastern Ukraine, this should be inconceivable. The fact that it is not should give us pause. The principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, and multiple other commitments to safeguard regional and international peace and security are crystal clear. Any escalation or new conflict would deal another serious blow to the architecture so painstakingly built up over the last 75 years to maintain international peace and security just when we need it most. Once again, I'd like to stress the Secretary General's appeal to all concerned to take immediate steps to de-escalate tensions and continue on the diplomatic path. The United Nations stands ready to support all efforts to that end. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Undersecretary General DiCarlo, for your briefing. Colleagues, the situation we're facing in Europe is urgent and dangerous, and the stakes for Ukraine and for every UN member state could not be higher. Russia's actions strike at the very heart of the UN Charter. This is as clear and consequential a threat to peace and security as anyone can imagine. In the wake of World War II, the Council was formed to address precisely the kind of threat that Ukraine now faces. As Article 39 says, the Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to the peace. Thus, our charge is not only to address conflicts after they occur, but also to prevent them from happening in the first place. This is why today's meeting is so crucial. Russia's aggression today not only threatens Ukraine, it also threatens Europe. It threatens the international order this body is charged with upholding. An order that, if it stands for anything, stands for the principle that one country cannot simply redraw another country's borders by force or make another country's people live under a government they did not choose. We continue to hope Russia chooses the path of diplomacy over the path of conflict in Ukraine. But we cannot just wait and see. It is crucial that this Council address the risk that their aggressive and destabilizing behavior poses across the globe. First, let's be clear about the facts. Russia has assembled a massive military force of more than 100,000 troops along Ukraine's border. These are combat forces and special forces prepared to conduct offensive actions into Ukraine. This is the largest, hear me clearly, mobilization of troops in Europe in decades. And as we speak, Russia is sending even more forces and arms to join them. Russia has already used more than 2,000 rail cars to move troops and weaponry from across Russia to the Ukrainian border. Russia has also moved nearly 5,000 troops into Belarus with short-range ballistic missiles, special forces, and anti-aircraft batteries. We've seen evidence that Russia intends to expand that presence to more than 30,000 troops near the Belarus-Ukraine border, less than 2 hours north of Kyiv, by early February. In addition to military activity, we've also seen a dramatic spike in cyber attacks on Ukraine in recent weeks. Russian military and intelligence services are spreading disinformation through state-owned media and proxy sites, and they are attempting without any factual basis to paint Ukraine and Western countries as the aggressors to fabricate a pretext for attack. Russia's military buildup on the border has been paired with extensive new demands and aggressive rhetoric. This is an escalation and a pattern of aggression that we've seen from Russia again and again. In 2014, Russia illegally invaded and seized Crimea. In 2008, Russia invaded Georgia. Russian troops are currently refusing to depart Moldova despite the wishes of the Moldovan people and their democratically elected government. And in the Donbas region of Ukraine, Russian-backed separatists continue to foment and ignore violence toward the Ukrainian people. Recently, Russia has threatened to take military action should its demands not be met. If Russia further invades Ukraine, none of us will be able to say we didn't see it coming, and the consequences will be horrific, which is why this meeting is so important today. Already, Russia's war in eastern Ukraine has killed more than 14,000 Ukrainians, nearly 3 million Ukrainians, half of whom are elderly people and children, need food, shelter, and life-saving assistance. Devastating as this situation is, it would pale in comparison to the humanitarian impact of the full-scale land invasion Russia is currently planning in Ukraine. Over the years, Russian leaders have claimed that Ukraine is not a real country and question its right to self-determination. So let's be clear. Ukraine is a UN member state that recently celebrated 3 decades of independence. It has a proud people and a rich culture. Ukraine is a sovereign country and a sovereign people entitled to determine their own future without the threat of force. This is not just the conviction that Ukrainians hold. It is a right enshrined by the UN Charter, a right that Russia and every other member of this institution has freely committed to upholding. Our international order is not perfect, but it is grounded in respect for people and countries to govern themselves, to defend themselves, and to associate with whom they choose. All countries have a stake in defending and preserving these principles, and nothing could be more fundamental. What would it mean for the world if former empires had license to start reclaiming territory by force? This would set us down a dangerous path. Russia could, of course, choose a different path, the path of diplomacy. In recent weeks, the United States, along with our European allies and partners and other nations around the globe, concerned by Russia's threat to Ukraine, have continued to do everything we can to resolve this crisis peacefully. In all of these talks, our messages have been clear and consistent. We seek the path of peace. We seek the path of dialogue. We do not want confrontation, but we will be decisive, swift, and united should Russia further invade Ukraine. We continue to believe there is a diplomatic path out of the crisis caused by Russia's unprovoked military buildup. We're working to pursue diplomacy in every possible venue. But we also know that diplomacy will not succeed in an atmosphere of threat and military escalation. That is why we have brought this situation before the Security Council today. The United States has been clear. If this is truly about Russia's security concerns in Europe, we're offering them an opportunity to address these concerns at the negotiating table. The test of Russia's good faith in the coming days and weeks is whether they will come to that table and stay at that table until we reach an understanding. If they refuse to do so, the world will know why and who is responsible. Fellow members of the Council and other UN member states, we urge you to assess not only Russia's statements, but their actions with clear eyes, to evaluate the risk this presents not just to Ukraine's border and its people, but to all of us, and to speak clearly and forcefully in favor of the path of diplomacy rather than the path of conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States, and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam President, for convening this open meeting, and thank you, Under Secretary General DiCarlo, for your briefing. Madam President, the primary responsibility of the Security Council is to maintain peace and security with a view to preventing conflicts in the world. We have argued here several times that in terms of prevention, the Council has still a long way to go. The Council has been seized many times to discuss the situation in Ukraine since the beginning of the aggression in 2014, and here we are again today. We express our deep concerns on the military buildup of Russia near Ukraine in recent months. Dozens of battalions have been already dislocated to the Ukrainian border. Military troops are being dispatched from eastern to western part of Russia. This includes heavy combat forces, tanks, artillery, air defense systems, and ballistic missiles. Several thousands of Russian troops have also been sent to Belarus. This movement of troops and weaponry is very worrying, has caused anxiety and fear among people in Ukraine, and justifiably serious international concerns, particularly for us in Europe. Madam President, let me reconfirm our unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Dear colleagues, in 1994, 27 years ago, Ukraine received security assurances through the Budapest Memorandum, where Russia, together with the US and UK, pledged, and I quote, to respect the independence and sovereignty and the existing borders of Ukraine, in exchange for giving up its nuclear arsenal. The signatories also reaffirmed their commitment to seek UN Security Council action to provide assistance to Ukraine should it become a victim of an act of aggression. We call on Russia and the Security Council to expressly confirm the respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Madam President, it would be wrong to consider the threat of a military attack by Russia against Ukraine as another crisis between Russia and the West. This is a challenge to the European security order and to the whole international security architecture, which is based on the UN Charter. It is an affront to the 1975 Helsinki Final Act and its decalogue, upon which OSCE is founded and where Russia is a part. These lost developments on the Russian-Ukrainian border are a well-known playbook. We have seen them in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine repeatedly since 2014, unfortunately at the cost of thousands of lives, civilian and military. Russia has used military violence as a means of achieving its political and geopolitical goals. Madam President, Russia is a big country and has a role to play in European and world geopolitics. It can play an important part in making the world a better and a safer place. unfortunately, it is doing the contrary. The narratives of spheres of influence in Europe or dictating by threats the geostrategic orientation of other countries are tools of another century, of another time, reminiscences of the Cold War. Countries are and should be free to join whichever organization they want, be it NATO, the European Union, CSTO, or CIS. Sovereign countries take decisions by their free will, not under the threat of a gun. Madam President, what is to gain in a potential conflict to which everyone anticipates the disastrous consequences? What can justify the loss of thousands of lives, widespread destruction, severance of relations, continued tensions, including, as it has been made repeatedly clear, severe consequences for Russia itself? No other place knows more about war and its disastrous consequences than this room. Therefore, we must be able to see beyond and seek other means to address issues, however complex they are or seem to be. Albania believes that this crisis should be solved through talks and discussion. Finding solutions through negotiations was our primary focus during the OSCE chairmanship in office in 2020. It remains the same now in the Council. There are several mechanisms to be used through diplomatic efforts. Concrete steps towards de-escalation are needed, paving the ground towards talks in efforts to seek solutions. Such efforts should be made in good faith and not be conducted in a climate of escalation rhetoric. The resumption of the Normandy format meetings last week in Paris was the right step, and we hope that this process will continue. Madam President, we all should bear in mind that the crisis in and around Ukraine has a direct impact on the whole Europe. The instrumentalization of ethnic minorities, targeted cyber attacks, political interference here and there for political gains, and a growing tendency of genocide denial and glorification on war crimes and war criminals, all these are acts that seek destabilization, create tension, and should be treated as a threat to peace and security because they are. This is why we deem of paramount importance to invest in prevention, and I hope this meeting will be part of such genuine efforts, and I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm grateful to Under-Secretary General Di Carlo for her briefing. Madam President, the first article of the UN Charter defines our purpose here: to take collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace. Today, over 100,000 Russian troops are massed on Ukraine's borders. They are equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, rocket artillery, and short-range ballistic missiles. They are supported by Russian air and maritime long-range strike capabilities. This is not a routine deployment. This is the largest military build-up in Europe in decades. In the best-case scenario, the scale of the Russian forces assembled on three sides of Ukraine is deeply destabilizing. In the worst case, it is preparation for a military invasion of a sovereign country. Madam President, in 2008, Russia told this Council that it was sending peacekeepers into Georgia. In reality, it was invading an independent, democratic country. In 2014, Russia denied to this Council the presence of its forces in Crimea. In reality, its soldiers were annexing part of an independent, democratic Ukraine. Today, Russia denies that its forces are posing a threat to Ukraine. But yet again, we see disinformation, cyber attacks, and destabilizing plots directed against an independent, democratic country. Madam President, the United Kingdom welcomes our discussion today as part of the intense diplomatic effort to ensure Russia de-escalates the situation and avoids conflict. We are unwavering in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. At the same time, we have sought dialogue with Russia through the OSCE the NATO-Russia Council, and bilateral discussions with all levels of the Russian government. We are ready to address mutual security concerns based on existing European security structures and international commitments. This includes our expectation that Russia should address our concerns. We are committed to a constructive dialogue if Russia is genuine about finding a diplomatic solution. This Council has a vital interest in this diplomatic effort. Because let's be clear, this is not a regional issue. Any Russian invasion or act of aggression against Ukraine would be a gross breach of international law and Russia's commitments under the Charter. Conflict would result in terrible bloodshed and destabilize the entire international community. There should be no doubt about how costly such a miscalculation would be for Russia, or how devastating it would be for the people of Ukraine, whose only provocation is to want a democratic future for their country. There would be no winners, only victims. Civilians caught in the crossfire or forced to flee. Families grieving the loss of fallen soldiers on both sides. So, Madam President, we urge Russia to make clear in this Council that it will abide by its obligations under the Charter, that it has no plans to invade Ukraine, that it will refrain from the threat or use of force against its neighbor, that it will not further undermine Ukraine's sovereignty or territorial integrity by military or any other means, and that it will stand down its troops. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Madam President, the situation at Ukraine's borders is a source of deep concern for France. The build-up of considerable military capacities along the border of a neighboring sovereign state represents threatening conduct. It raises legitimate questions on Russia's intentions, particularly since this country has already infringed the territorial integrity of Ukraine in the past. France reaffirms its full support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. France calls on Russia to engage in de-escalating the situation, to abide by international law, and to participate constructively in dialogue within the framework of established international mechanisms. The priority is to work together towards a swift de-escalation. President Macron has made efforts in that regard over the last few days during his trip to Berlin and then during his telephone call with President Putin. This Security Council meeting should also be in line with this objective. France supports all efforts at dialogue within the different existing frameworks, and we hope that Europeans will be fully involved. In the context of the Normandy format that brings together Germany, France, Russia, and Ukraine, these efforts enabled at the 26th of January meeting in Paris an agreement on a statement of support for the unconditional compliance with the ceasefire and the implementation of the Minsk agreements. We will pursue efforts in this direction at the next meeting planned to be held in short order in Berlin. Dialogue, regardless of the venue in which it takes place, must observe the fundamental principles underpinning European security as established in the Charter of the United Nations, in the founding documents of the OSCE, including the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris. These principles comprise, in particular, the sovereign equality and the territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of borders. the non-recourse to the threat or the use of force, and the freedom of states to either choose or change their own security measures. They are neither negotiable nor subject to any revision nor reinterpretation. Notions of spheres of influence have no place in the 21st century. If Russia does not choose the path of dialogue and respect for international law, the response will be robust and united. Any fresh infringement of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine by Russia will have massive consequences and a severe cost. Europeans are working on coordinated restrictive measures and stand ready, together with their partners, to react. If the path of dialogue and cooperation is chosen, the European Union stands ready to engage to develop its relations with Russia on the basis of a united, long-term and strategic approach in accordance with the 5 guiding principles from 2016. In the context of current threats and tensions, France reaffirms its solidarity with the Ukrainian people and government. With our European partners, we will continue to mobilize in support of Ukraine, particularly through support for reforms. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France, and I give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Madam President. We have been closely following the evolving developments relating to Ukraine, including through ongoing high-level security talks between the Russian Federation and the United States, as well as under the Normandy format in Paris. India's interest is in finding a solution that can provide for immediate de-escalation of tensions, taking into account the legitimate security interests of all countries and aimed towards securing long-term peace and stability in the region and beyond. We have also been in touch with all concerned parties. It is our considered view that the issues can only be resolved through diplomatic dialogue. In this context, we welcome the efforts underway, including under the Minsk Agreement and the Normandy format. Flowing from the recently concluded meeting in Paris under the Normandy format, we also welcome the unconditional observance of the July 2020 ceasefire and reaffirmation of Minsk agreements as the basis of work under the ongoing Normandy format, in particular, commitment of all sides to reduce disagreements on the way forward. We also welcome their agreement to meet in Berlin in 2 weeks. We urge all parties to continue to engage through all diplomatic channels and to keep working towards the full implementation of the Minsk package. Quiet and constructive diplomacy is the need of the hour. Any steps that increase tension may best be avoided by all sides in the larger interest of securing international peace and security. More than 20,000 Indian students and nationals live and study in different parts of Ukraine, including in its border areas. The well-being of Indian nationals is a priority to us. Madam President, I reiterate our call for the peaceful resolution of the situation by sincere and sustained diplomatic efforts to ensure that concerns of all sides are resolved through constructive dialogue. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank the representative of India, and I give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A few moments ago, this Council voted to adopt the agenda for this meeting to consider the situation in Ukraine. Our responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security makes it imperative to encourage the path of dialogue and preventive diplomacy. That is the only way to end the tensions, bridge the differences between the parties, and forge a unified and pacific position on the situation in Ukraine. Let me begin by thanking Rosemary DiCarlo, USG for Political Affairs and Peace Building, for the briefing. I also welcome the participation of the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania in this meeting. Ghana has been following closely the situation in Ukraine. I've also listened carefully to the briefing we just received from the Secretariat, as well as the statement of delegations that have spoken before me. We have paid careful attention to the perspectives of the key parties to the situation and hope that at the end of this meeting, the views of members of this Council will be closer to each other than when we first began. We note from the situation in Ukraine that while there has been a buildup of Russian troops at the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, those troops are presently within the national territory of the Russian Federation. We also have taken note that while the military buildup of the troops of the Russian Federation are within its borders, this has caused for Ukraine and other parties a concern over the intentions of the buildup and its prospective implications on international peace and security. We therefore welcome the ongoing dialogue between the Russian Federation and the United States to address primary and secondary security concerns that have implications on the situation in Ukraine, as well as the recent face-to-face dialogue between the representatives of the Russian Federation and Ukraine under the Normandy format in Paris, after several months of no contact, to enhance trust and remove possibilities of an accidental incident. We note with concern the implications the situation has had on the economy of Ukraine and neighboring markets, and welcome in this regard the call by the President of Ukraine for an easing of the strong narratives on the situation. This must be a time for confidence building to facilitate a restoration of normalcy for the people of Ukraine. In concluding, Madam President, Ghana believes that in conformity with the provisions of the charter of this organization, differences between member states should only be resolved through peaceful means. We remain encouraged by the ongoing diplomatic engagement between the parties and reiterate our support for those efforts, which should also take into account the delicate nature of the situation. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Ghana. I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks also to Under-Secretary General De Carlo for your briefing. Madam President, today's discussion is an important opportunity for the Council to address the developing situation at Ukraine's borders, which has become a matter of profound international concern. Let me underline at the outset that Ireland, along with our EU partners, is a strong and unwavering supporter of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. At this moment of rising tension on Ukraine's frontiers, arising from Russia's military buildup, Ireland calls for calm, de-escalation, and the pursuit of diplomacy. We call also for constructive and determined engagement on all dialogue tracks, including the Normandy format and the OSCE. Ireland is fully committed to the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter. These include the sovereign, equality, and territorial integrity of states. We recall today that these principles were agreed collectively and freely by all members of the United Nations. Moreover, European security is built on a series of essential commitments and obligations. It is the fundamental right of a sovereign and independent state to chart its own path in the world, to choose its own foreign policy, and to make arrangements for the security and defence of its territory. The Helsinki Final Act, one of the foundational documents of the OSCE, confirms the obligation of states, and I quote, to respect each other's sovereign equality and the right of every state to juridical equality, to territorial integrity, and to freedom and political independence, end of quote. Subsequent agreements, including the Charter of Paris and the Charter of European Security agreed in Istanbul in 1999, reaffirm the core principles and underpinning collective European security. Madam President, earlier this month, Ireland marked 100 years of a hard-won independence. Just as we would not accept another state determining our foreign and security policy, Ukraine similarly has the sovereign right to choose its own policies. In this Council, we are too often faced with the terrible humanitarian consequences of violent conflict, usually where diplomacy and dialogue have failed. Force is never the answer. It is not the answer now. What is needed now, above all, is a negotiated diplomatic solution that reinforces our collective security in Europe. We have the institutions and the mechanisms within which to pursue this solution. Let us use them. Absent that, it will be innocent civilians who once again pay the awful price of conflict. Madam President, that is not a prospect any of us wish to contemplate. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland, and I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, China opposes the Security Council's holding of this open meeting as requested by the United States. The permanent representative of the U.S. to the UN, in her letter to the President of the Council dated January 27th, claimed that the reason why the U.S. is asking the Council to hold this open meeting was that Russia's deployment of troops along the Ukrainian border posed a threat to international peace and security. China cannot align itself with this point of view. Recently, there have indeed been some tensions over the issue of Ukraine, and we are paying attention to what exactly are causing the tensions. Some countries, led by the United States, have claimed that there will soon be a war in Ukraine. Russia has repeatedly stated that it has no plans to launch any military action, and Ukraine has made it clear that it does not need a war. Under such circumstances, what is the basis for the countries concerned to insist that there may be a war? We note that the United States, Ukraine, and the relevant European countries, as well as NATO, are having varying forms of diplomatic contacts with Russia. The parties concerned should persist in seeking to resolve their differences through dialogues and negotiations. What we urgently need now is quiet diplomacy, but not microphone diplomacy. This is the viewpoint held by many members of the Council who have also made unrelenting efforts towards this end. Regrettably, the U.S. did not accept such a constructive proposal. At a time when dialogues and negotiations are underway and concrete progress is yet to be made, the holding of such an open meeting by the Council is clearly not conducive to creating a favorable environment for dialogues and negotiations, nor is it conducive to diffusing the tension. China once again calls on all parties concerned to remain calm, not to do anything to aggravate tension or hype up the crisis, but to properly resolve their differences through consultations on an equal footing on the basis of fully taking into account each other's legitimate security concerns and on the basis of mutual respect. Madam President, China's position on Ukraine is consistent. To solve this issue, we still need to return to the origin of implementing the new Minsk agreement. This agreement, endorsed by the Security Council in its Resolution 2202, is a binding, foundational political document recognized by all parties and should really be effectively implemented. China supports all efforts in line with this direction and spirit of this agreement and hopes that all parties concerned will show their positive willingness to implement this new Minsk agreement, resolve their differences arising from the implementation of the agreement through consultation, and promote the actual implementation of this new Minsk agreement. The expansion of NATO is a problem difficult to circumvent in handling the current tension. NATO is the product of the Cold War, and NATO expansion epitomizes group politics. We believe that the security of one country cannot be achieved at the expense of the security of other countries. Still less can regional security be guaranteed by intensifying or even expanding military groups. Today, in the 21st century, all parties should completely abandon the Cold War mentality and come up with a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism through negotiations. And Russia's legitimate security concerns should be heeded and addressed. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing. And first and foremost, I would like to thank those countries who conducted themselves and deemed it possible to vote against or abstain against the proposal of the US to discuss this topic today. One might have the impression that Russia is scared of discussing the situation regarding Ukraine and therefore put forward this procedural vote. Russia is not refusing to discuss the situation in Ukraine, but we just don't understand what we are discussing here today and why we are indeed here today. As I already said, on the 17th of February, we are planning to hold a meeting during our presidency of the 7th anniversary of the implementation of the Minsk agreements, where we are able to talk about this situation with regarding Ukrainian settlement. But today's meeting is not about that at all. Recently, we've been encountering a very unusual, even given today's difficult time situation, a very unusual situation. The deployment of Russian troops within our own territory has frequently occurred on varying scales before and has not caused any hysterics whatsoever. Troops and servicemen who are in their own areas of deployment and barracks where they were before, and they are, where they were before, are not actually on the border. So this deployment of Russian troops in our own territory is getting our Western and US colleagues to say that there's going to be a planned military action and even an act of aggression. But the USPR said as if that act of aggression has already taken place. I very carefully listened to her statement. The military action of Russia against Ukraine, that they're all assuring us is going to take place in just a few weeks' time, if not a few days' time. There, however, is no proof confirming such a serious accusation whatsoever being put forward. However, it is not preventing people from whipping up hysteria to such an extent that an actual economic impact is already being felt by our Ukrainian neighbors. Our Western colleagues are talking about the need for de-escalation. However, first and foremost, they themselves are whipping up tensions and rhetoric and are provoking escalation. The discussions about a threat of war is provocative in and of itself. You are almost calling for this. You want it to happen. You're waiting for it to happen, as if you want to make your words become a reality. This is despite the fact that we are constantly rejecting these allegations. And this is despite the fact that no threat of a planned invasion into Ukraine from the lips of any Russian politician or public figure over all of this period has been made. No such threat has been made. Rather, at all levels, we've been categorically rejecting such plans. And we're going to do this right now. Everybody who claims the opposite is misleading you. If our Western colleagues who provoked and supported the 2014 bloody anti-constitutional coup, bringing to power in Kiev nationalists, radicals, Russophobes, and pure fascists, Nazis rather, If they'd not done this, then we to date would be living in a spirit of good neighbourly relations and mutual cooperation. However, some in the West just don't clearly like this positive scenario. What's happening today is yet another attempt to drive a wedge between Russia and Ukraine. Thanks to their geopolitical games, our colleagues have been suffering for some 7 years now. The Ukrainians are actively being brainwashed. They're cultivated with Russophobia and radical thinking, leading to the belief that for Ukraine to have a bright future, it mustn't establish relations with its neighbors, but rather at any cost strive to join the EU and NATO. They are banning Russian, which is a native language for a significant, if not the majority, of people in Ukraine. They are causing an Orthodox split, church split, or divide. They are making heroes out of those people who fought on the side of Hitler, who destroyed Jews, Poles, Ukrainians, and Russians. The interests of the Ukrainian people in this destructive game is something that our Western colleagues are not taking into consideration. Their aim is to prevent the natural brotherly coexistence of our two people, brotherly peoples, peoples and countries, rather, which would destroy their plans to weaken Russia and would create an arc of instability around it. There's nothing that we're seeing that's new here in the same spirit of divide and conquer, the divide and rule. This same spirit was characteristic for Western powers, or Western states rather, earlier. It's also noteworthy that our American colleagues artificially are getting involved in the sham tension that they themselves created on the Russian-Ukrainian border. There was the negotiation process pushed forward by ourselves to ensure for Russia legally binding security guarantees. They deliberately are creating the impression that Moscow apparently is specifically or on purpose stirring up tension that means that it can be more accessible for the US and NATO. If you look at the timetable for the negotiation process, you'll see that such considerations are fundamentally untrue. The situation, in fact, is completely the opposite. Our Western colleagues are trying on the wave of, on the top of this wave of hysteria to boil our dialogue solely down to so-called settlement of the situation on the border with Ukraine. Our security demands are much broader. The non-accession of Ukraine to NATO, the non-deployment in its territory of foreign troops. All of this is just one part of the agreements that could fundamentally improve the military political situation in Europe and for the world as a whole. And this type of agreement is something that we talked about in the Astana, Istanbul, and OSCE summits, where apart from the freedom to choose one's allies or alliances, was also the stipulation that the security guarantees of some states should not be carried out to the detriment of the security of other states. Since our American colleagues convened us today, let them show us any evidence apart from bogus narratives that Russia is intending to attack Ukraine. In the statement of my American colleague, there was a significant hodgepodge of accusations of aggressive actions by Russia, but no specific fact given. Incidentally, I'd like to put a question not only to our US colleague, but also to those who said, where did you get the figure of 100,000 troops that are deployed, as you state, on the Russian-Ukrainian border? Although that is not the case. We have never cited that figure. We've never confirmed that figure. We do recall this, and we recall this since Secretary of State Colin Powell in this very room waved around a vial with an unidentified substance as so-called evidence of the presence of WMDs in Iraq. They didn't find any weapons, but what happened with that country is well known to one and all. Ukraine as well is a country, it seems, that our colleagues are prepared to sacrifice for their own pernicious interests. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why, in convening us today, the initiators of this meeting did not even heed the opinion of the president of Ukraine, who asked the West not to whip up panic, which has already had a harmful impact on the economic situation in the country. Otherwise, it's difficult to explain why our colleagues from the US and a number of other countries are actively pumping Ukraine full of weapons and ammunition, and talk about this with great pride, moreover. The weapons that it would readily use against civilians in the east of its own country. And all this is being done in violation of the Minsk agreements approved by the UN Security Council as the only basis for a peaceful settlement of the internal Ukrainian conflict. Incidentally, to my American colleague, well, she mentioned the fact that 14,000 people have died in the conflict. I would recommend that she reads the report of the Special Monitoring Mission of the OSCE and look at what side, how many people died on each side out of these 14,000. Most of these people are civilians in Donbass who died from shelling from the Ukrainian armed forces. Madam President, the maneuvers of the US regarding the convening of this meeting is particularly hypocritical because it was the Americans who hold the record for having troop presences outside their territory. American troops, advisors, and weapons, including nuclear weapons, are frequently deployed thousands of kilometers from Washington. I'm not even talking about the fact that the military adventures of the US have killed hundreds of thousands of civilians of countries, of places where they were supposed to be bringing peace and democracy. The US consistently, including over recent years, has used force against other states without the authorization of the UN Security Council. In their arsenal, unilateral sanctions and coercive measures, threats of implementing it. It seems to be like the ruling of some kind of Supreme Court that they want to impose this upon enemy. For example, many countries of the UN have been subject to aggression or attacks by the US, and 191 countries of the Security Council have seen American troops deployed there. There is data available on the internet stating that there are 750 US bases in more than 80 countries of the world. The overall number are deployed abroad of US troops. This is 175,000 troops are deployed abroad. 175,000. And more than 60,000 troops are deployed in Europe. The volume of the US military budget was $700 million. 778, rather. So Russia's budget was 12 times lower. So these examples are pose a specific threat to international peace and security, and they're clear examples of this. As regards the calls to settle the crisis regarding Ukraine, we wholeheartedly clapping for this, but this crisis just has one dimension. It's a domestic Ukrainian crisis, and changing the situation, improving it, can only be done through Kiev implementing the already mentioned Minsk agreements that stipulate primarily direct dialogue with Donetsk and Lugansk. There is no other option if our Western partners push Kiev to sabotage the Minsk agreements, something that Ukraine is that they're willingly they're willingly doing, then that might end in the absolute worst way for Ukraine, and not because somebody has destroyed it, but because it would have destroyed itself. And Russia has absolutely nothing to do with this. Don't try to shift the blame onto somebody else. And We are going, incidentally, to talk about all of this in detail on the 17th of February during the long-planned annual UN Security Council meeting on the implementation of Resolution 2202. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor to the representative of Gabon.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank the Undersecretary General, Rosemary DiCarlo, for her briefing. Madam President, my country is following closely the prevailing situation at the borders of Ukraine and Russia. We have taken note of the information on a considerable mobilization of Russian troops at Ukraine's borders that portend imminent military action. This alarming information is accompanied on the ground by a true maelstrom of activity, along with the deployment of troops, military hardware from friendly countries of Ukraine. The consequential rhetorical escalation and acute tensions are polarizing important diplomatic activity conducted through various initiatives, including the the Normandy format in the framework of the implementation of the Minsk agreements. In the face of this situation of particularly worrisome tensions, my country, aware of the challenges and the potential of the forces in place, calls on all stakeholders to demonstrate restraint and to favor the path of dialogue and negotiation in order to preserve peace and stability in the region. It is time for the international community and its members to activate the channels of preventive diplomacy, such as those provided by Chapter 6 of the UN Charter enshrined in the peaceful settlement of disputes. It is clear that the effectiveness of this preventive diplomacy depends not only on the good faith of the protagonists, but also on the tactful and calm conduct, as well as the framework within which such diplomacy occurs. We see a two-sided rhetoric. On the one hand, an alarming rhetoric on the imminence of military action in Ukraine, and on the other, a denial from the other side. These intensify the fragmentation of this council, just as the people of the world are expecting from our council a consensus and resolute action commensurate with the havoc wrought by wars and crises that are bringing bloodshed to several regions of the planet. The strength of this council resides in its unity. It is unity and not fragmentation that make this council worthy of its mandate, working for peoples of the world. We believe that diplomacy in its most practical and efficient forms is capable of bringing calm to the borders of Ukraine. To conclude, I would like to echo here the appeal made last Friday by the Ukrainian president, asking for parties to exercise restraint and to refrain from whipping up panic. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Gabon, and I give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And let me also thank USG Rosemary DiCarlo for the briefing he has put forward to the Council this morning. Geopolitical tensions and threats to international peace and security require the Security Council to engage promptly and timely. Open references to military actions, unilateral economic sanctions, and other measures are developments that should be avoided under the UN Charter. The Security Council must fulfill its primary objective, which is to prevent war. There is a general and urgent need to resort to meaningful dialogue with and between the parties directly involved in the escalation of tensions. We urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to engage constructively in talks aimed at resolving their differences. There is room to restore confidence and find a lasting diplomatic solution to this crisis. For that, we need political will and genuine commitment from all sides. Brazil encourages all parties to strictly observe international law. It is imperative to apply the principles enshrined in the Charter consistently, in a non-selective manner. The prohibition of use of force, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the protection of human rights are pillars of our collective security system. Brazil also highlights the need for good faith in order to address legitimate security concerns of all parties, including Russia's and Ukraine's. We encourage parties to pursue genuine talks on the implementation of the Minsk agreements. Security Council Resolution 2202, which provided useful guidelines to address the situation in eastern Ukraine, is also a valuable tool in the diplomatic efforts to overcome the situation. Brazil welcomes the resumption of talks in the Normandy format and the renewed commitment to the ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. Despite the sensitive and difficult nature of the issue on our agenda today, I would like to conclude with a note of hope. It has been encouraging to hear, over the past few days, statements to the effect that there is no military solution to the situation. At this moment in particular, this should be the motto of the whole United Nations membership and of the Security Council for a renewed commitment to diplomacy and prevention. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Brazil, and I give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor and also for the able way in which you have presided over the Security Council in the month of January. I thank Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing, and I welcome the participation of the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, and Poland. Kenya abstained on the procedural vote to hold this meeting. We did so to reflect our contention that the main issue in question here is the impasse between NATO and the Russian Federation. We believe that it is imminently solvable and that the diplomatic steps underway already show promise. This, rather than escalation in search of a winner-take-all outcome, is what is required to support and protect international peace and security. Kenya has always maintained that the respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all countries is a cornerstone of global peace. Where there are disputes regarding territorial jurisdiction or security interests, we strongly support patient diplomacy as the first, second, and third options. When the dispute is between major powers and regards the security of a third country, it is imperative that they embrace a spirit of compromise. We believe that the United States, NATO, and the Russian Federation have an opportunity to establish a diplomatic framework that will allow them to resolve their differences. Their security and that of the entire world depends on them willingly taking this step, not in ushering in a new age of containment, provocation, and proxy actions. Compromise is not surrender. The special powers given to the Security Council's permanent members demands that they embrace this principle if the United Nations is not to go the way of the doomed League of Nations. Africa recalls the rejections of compromise and the search for total victory that led to the Cold War. We experienced that Cold War as a series of hot wars and interventions that deeply damaged our dreams for peace, development, and competent, inclusive government. Our internal divisions and fragilities were weaponized at the altar of geopolitical rivalry. It confirmed the truth of the African saying that recognizes, when elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. Madam President, given that the majority of the conflict situations the Security Council deals with are in Africa, we do not want them to serve as surrogates for a new Cold War. We in Africa, therefore, have a direct stake in de-escalation and renewed faith in diplomacy. We have serious challenges to solve together. Rarely has the world more urgently needed a United Nations that can deliver ambitiously. Madam President, Kenya believes that there is still plenty of opportunity for the Normandy format talks, the Trilateral Contact Group on Ukraine, and the direct negotiations between the United States and the Russian Federation to produce a satisfactory outcome. We urge all these parties to ensure that their negotiations respect the security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Faith in innovative diplomacy may also allow for agreements between today's major powers, inspired by the 1975 Helsinki Accords, which did deliver some stability to Europe during the Cold War. This time, however, such agreements need to advance the principle of non-interference to other parts of the world, and particularly to Africa. Madam President, in closing, it is critical that diplomacy and its acceptance of compromise as an inevitable outcome win the day. If there are future discussions to be held in the Security Council on this matter, let it be to announce a new era of cooperation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kenya, and I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you to Undersecretary General DiCarlo for her briefing. I would like to welcome the representatives of Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, and Lithuania to this meeting. Madam President, I'd like to begin by noting that my country deems the holding of this meeting as timely, and that in accordance with our foreign policy principles. In addition, we deem it relevant since the Security Council must be informed about the prevailing situation in Ukraine. It is not in our interest to contribute to further polarizing the narrative. Thus, I will limit myself to noting what, for Mexico, should be basic principles for the consideration of this matter in accordance with the United Nations Charter. In this case, I will refer to three of them: the prohibition on the threat or the use of force in international relations, the principle of non-intervention, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. On the first principle, the mere escalation of tensions in Eastern Europe represents a potential threat to international peace and security, and thus it falls within the purview of this Council pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter. For this very reason, and in light of the prevailing mistrust, it's important to try to avoid any type of action that might be considered as hostile by any of the parties, however slight it may seem. But it is, however, encouraging to hear what we have just heard from the representative of the Russian Federation. He was very clear in reiterating here that there is no planned invasion in Ukraine. I think that I have cited word for word what he said. Well, how good it would be if that is the case. This is a unilateral statement of non-aggression. Mexico maintains, together with what has been said by the Secretary General and others here in this room, that there is no military solution in this issue. On the contrary, preventive diplomacy and dialogue should be followed as means to achieving an easing of tensions, and there are, to that end, various channels. The conversations in Geneva, the Trilateral Contact Group, and the Normandy format. On non-intervention, we reiterate the importance of respecting the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine in full adherence to international law, the United Nations Charter, and Resolution 2625 of the General Assembly. Hence, it falls to this Security Council to determine, as applicable, the existence of an act of aggression in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 3314. Added to what I have just stated, this principle is further bolstered by the principle of the peaceful settlement of disputes. States have the duty to settle their disputes by peaceful means, as established in international law. Mexico has upholds, and will continue to uphold diplomacy above force. And diplomatic paths for this particular case remain open. They have not been exhausted. Madam President, where there is no doubt is with regard to the responsibility of this Council to make its due preventive efforts to act as warranted by these circumstances, and I firmly believe that in holding this meeting, we are doing that. We are complying with our mandate without excess nor omission. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mexico, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Shukran. Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I would like to thank Rosemary DiCarlo, Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, for her informative briefing. Madam President, the UAE is closely monitoring recent developments. In the context of our discussion today, I would like to focus on the following aspects. First, the UAE firmly believes that the dispute in Europe requires various countries in the region to engage in a serious dialogue based on the values of stability, coexistence, and peace. We stress the importance of reaching a negotiated solution to this issue through the available mechanisms and with the support of regional organizations. We refer here to the Normandy format talks and the initiative of the chair of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe that aims to initiate a substantive dialogue on European security. To address the security concerns of its members. We also welcome President Volodymyr Zelensky's appeal for calm, and we hope to build on it to further build confidence in the region. Second, the UAE welcomes the announcement made in the Normandy format meeting on the 26th of January, in which the Russian Federation and the Republic of Ukraine confirmed their intention to implement an unconditional ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. We are counting on the various initiatives currently underway to allow for dialogue, including between the United States and the Russian Federation, whose existing diplomatic efforts must be supported and given space to achieve the desired results. The UAE also stresses the importance of maintaining security and stability, as well as the central importance of the Minsk agreements and the need to adhere to them and ensure their implementation. This will contribute to reaching a comprehensive regional understanding that maintains the security and stability of the concerned countries and addresses all their legitimate concerns. Third, escalation must be avoided as it could have a negative impact on civilians and exacerbate the fragile humanitarian situation in eastern Ukraine. In this spirit, we stress the importance of considering the humanitarian needs of civilians and of preventing the deterioration of the humanitarian situation in the region. Fourth, respect for and adherence to international law is essential to ensure that the situation in Eastern Europe does not deteriorate further. We also stress the importance of these principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and good neighborliness, which are indispensable for the maintenance of international peace and security. Finally, Madam President, the UAE reiterates the importance of constructive dialogue to resolve differences. The role of the Security Council as the body responsible for maintaining international peace and security is essential to provide a diplomatic platform that enables states to present and resolve their differences peacefully. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of Norway. Let me start by expressing Norway's strong support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. This includes the Crimean Peninsula and its territorial waters. Norway is deeply concerned about the Russian large-scale military buildup near the Ukraine's border and in occupied Crimea. This is unprovoked and unjustified. Further escalation can have devastating humanitarian consequences. Through its harsh statement and unrealistic demands, Russia now challenges the security architecture in all of Europe. The crisis therefore not only affects the region, but represents a clear threat to international peace and security. Russia has repeatedly accused NATO of increasing tensions. I would like to underline that the alliance is defensive and voluntary. We do not seek confrontation. At the same time, we cannot and will not compromise on the principles on which the security in Europe rests. We stand ready to discuss security concerns. Norway supports the European Security Order based on international law and national sovereignty. We cannot allow this to be replaced by spheres of influence. Every country has the right to freely choose its security alignment. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to engage constructively in dialogue through the established international mechanisms in good faith. Furthermore, Norway underlines its support for the existing international frameworks for the sustainable and peaceful resolution of conflicts in accordance with international law. Russia has itself repeatedly invoked in many other Council discussions the principles of respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. Norway calls on Russia to now respect these principles when it comes to Ukraine. Thank you. I shall now give the floor to the representative of the United States, who has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Good. Thank you, Madam President. I can't say that I am surprised by my Russian colleagues' comments, but I am disappointed. Madam President, I cannot let the false equivalency go unchecked, so I feel I must respond. Let me be clear, there are no plans to weaken Russia, as claimed by our Russian colleague today. On the contrary, we welcome Russia as a responsible member of the international community, but its actions on the border of Ukraine are not responsible. The threats of aggression on the border of Ukraine, yes, on its border, is provocative. Our recognition of the facts on the ground is not provocative. The threats of action, if Russia's security demands aren't met, is provocative. Our encouraging diplomacy is not provocative. The provocations from Russia, not from us or other members of this Council. We have made clear our commitment to the path of diplomacy. I hope our Russian colleagues will also choose this path and engage peacefully with the international community, including Ukraine. I say to Russia simply this: your actions will speak for themselves, and we hope and encourage that you make the right choices before this Council today. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the United States. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation, who has asked for the floor to make further statements.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't plan to enter a dialogue between Russia and the US in this meeting. Everything that we wanted to say is in our statement today. However, we really just don't understand what threats and provocations and escalation by Russia is being talked about. Okay, fine. You've already said about this in your statement, talked about this. But I want to say that when I heard the statement of the US, I didn't hear any mention or any reference to the Minsk agreements or 2202, the Security Council resolution. And that is very indicative, incidentally. So this is the context that we need to use when we're talking about the Ukrainian crisis. The US is looking at this from a completely different angle. And ultimately, Madam President, I would like to apologize to the members of the Council, and I don't want to change the situation. I really, just before our presidency of the Security Council, have to meet with the Secretary General, so I'm going to have to leave. And so I can't change this situation because of the SG's timetable, so I'm going to have to leave. I do apologize. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation. I wish now then to again remind all speakers to limit their statement to no more than 5 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out this work expeditiously. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I would like immediately to apologize that I may not be within the 5-minute limits, especially given the length of the Russian intervention. I would like to express my gratitude to the Norwegian presidency for calling this briefing of the Security Council, of the need of which I spoke exactly a fortnight ago with Her Excellency Foreign Minister of Norway during our meeting here in New York. I express our thanks to the US, who as a member of the Security Council, in close coordination with Ukraine and partners, requested today's briefing. And of course, I express our appreciation of the presentation by Undersecretary Di Carlo. It's a duty and need for the Security Council to be fully informed in case of grave threats to international peace and security. What is going on along the border with Ukraine, where the Russian Federation continues its military buildup, falls under the above qualification. It is important that Ukraine's vote is heard today in the Security Council and is not lost in translation when the position of my country has been delivered by a foreign ambassador in the Russian language. I would ask the deputy of Vasily Alexeyevich to tell him that my leadership speaks its language, has its own ambassadors and spokespersons. So there is no need to interpret the words of Ukrainian officials in a foreign language, especially if it is done the way Humpty Dumpty, Shaltai Baltai, spoke of the meaning of the words. Even if Lewis Carroll appears to be a favorite writer of the Russian top diplomats. Against the backdrop of unprecedented sequence of high-level diplomatic contacts in the past few weeks, a serious talk in the Security Council is required more than ever to present facts, to listen to each other's positions and concerns, as well as to outline further actions towards the escalation. The fact is that nowadays about 112,000 Russian troops have been amassed around Ukraine's borders and in Crimea. And together with the maritime and aviation components, their number reaches about 130,000. Another fact is that the Russian troops are also being deployed to Belarus for the Union Resolve 2022 joint drills to be held on 10 to 20th February. They include, in particular, Iskander missile divisions, S-400 Triumph and Panzer anti-aircraft systems, Sukhoi 35 Generation 4++ fighters. On top of that, on 26 January, the Russian fleet started another military drill in the Black Sea with involvement of frigates, patrol ships, missile ships, assault landing ships, and minesweepers. This reminds us of the ongoing heavy militarization of the temporarily occupied Crimea, the Black Sea, and the Sea of Azov by Russia, which poses a serious threat to Ukraine, all littoral states, and their wider region. Significant reinforcement of combat capabilities of the Russian occupation forces in Donbass is another worrying trend. Currently, these formations consist of up to 35,000 personnel, including around 3,000 servicemen of the Russian armed forces, on command posts and in other critical combat positions. In the border areas outside government-controlled illegal border crossings by cargo trains and truck convoys delivering arms supplies to the Russian armed formations in Donbass is a routine practice. OSCE SMM reports provide ample evidence of various illegal activities in the border areas. No surprise, the restrictions of the OSCE SMM freedom of movement are on the increase, in particular in non-government controlled areas close to the Ukraine-Russia border. On the 22nd December 2021, the Trilateral Contact Group reached another understanding on resuming the ceasefire regime. Nevertheless, shootings, shellings, sniper fire on Ukrainian positions, and systematic use of attack UAVs against Ukrainian troops have not stopped. We have lost 12 servicemen killed in action and 14 wounded since 22nd December 2021. Just a few days ago, on January 25, armed formations of the Russian Federation once again attacked the positions of the armed forces of Ukraine in the area of Pishchevik, Donetsk region, using an attack UAV. VOG-17 fragmentation grenades dropped from the UAV resulted in severe injuries to 2 Ukrainian servicemen. The current impasse in the consultations process within the framework of the TCG continues on practically all tracks. While the decisions adopted by the Normandy format leaders during their December 2019 summit in Paris remain unimplemented. Over the past year and a half, we have seen deliberate efforts by the Russian side to obstruct TCG activities and even to prevent finalization of the already agreed, including at the expert level, arrangements within TCG in the security and humanitarian areas. All this is accompanied by Russia's stubborn denial of being a party to the armed conflict that has been raging for 8 years now in the Donbas region of Ukraine, attempts to impose a so-called direct dialogue with these puppet occupation administrations, as well as refusal to engage in substantive discussion on political settlement of the conflict. The question is why all these Russian forces are there. We have asked this question on different fora, along with sending own clear messages. Ukraine is not going to launch military offensive neither in Donbass, nor in Crimea, nor anywhere else. Ukraine sees no alternative to peaceful resolution of the ongoing conflict and restoration of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yet we also see a surge in Russian disinformation campaign, including false accusations of Ukraine plotting a military attack. This is not going to happen. This is direct evidence of Russia's unwillingness to de-escalate and prepare to justify its possible further aggression. We are well aware of Russia's history of ploys and provocations, and we will do everything possible to prevent another Manila-type provocation by Russia. Once again, I have clear instructions from my government to reiterate today the absence of any aggressive intention, as well as Ukraine's strong commitment to peace. Today we have heard from the Russian side that they do not intend to launch a war against my country, although one should rather speak about to launch a new phase of the Russian aggression. It is a very important message, as we still lack credible explanations by Russia of its actions and military movements. Based on experience, we cannot believe Russian declarations, but only practical moves on withdrawal of troops from the border. Madam President, Ukraine strongly rejects any attempt to use the threat of force as an instrument of pressure to make Ukraine and our partners accept illegitimate demands. There is no room for compromise on principal issues. The most principal position for Ukraine is that we have inherent sovereign right to choose our own security arrangements, including treaties of alliance which cannot be questioned by Russia. Moreover, this right is enshrined in many international legal instruments that Russia itself a party to. Ukraine will not bow to threats aimed at weakening Ukraine, undermining its economic and financial stability, and inciting public frustration. This will not happen, and the Kremlin must remember that Ukraine is ready to defend itself. At the same time, we support the need to keep diplomatic channels with Russia open. If that prevents a shift to military tools. My president has reiterated most recently that he is ready to meet his Russian counterpart. If Russia has any questions to Ukraine, it is better to meet and talk, not to bring troops to the Ukrainian borders and intimidate Ukrainian people. For Ukraine, the first priority today is to achieve a sustainable and unconditional ceasefire in Donbass. The ceasefire regime must be guaranteed, reliable, and on this basis, further steps can be taken. Intensification of the work of the Normandy format, including at the level of leaders of the 4 countries, is an important prerequisite for next steps towards lasting peace in Donbass. And we are ready to resume Normandy 4 talks in all formats. The recent political advisors meeting on 26 January in Paris, despite many differences, gives a hope for a continuation of the negotiation process, which Ukraine will staunchly support. Madam President, we consider that despite the Russian attempt to impede the briefing from being held, the Security Council and the wider UN membership have received today a very important information that the members of the Security Council need to take an informed decision when appropriate to act swiftly and decisively in employing preventive diplomacy under the Chapter 6 of the UN Charter that rests on the Security Council's responsibility to investigate any dispute or any situation which might lead to international friction or give rise to a dispute. After listening to the Russian ambassador today, I would like to ask how long Russia will pursue a clear attempt to push Ukraine and its partners into a Kafka trap. And still, I perhaps should acknowledge that it was important to hear the Russian envoy today, and yet I must end with what my foreign minister has recently said, and I quote, "If Russian officials are serious when they say they don't want a new war, Russia must continue diplomatic engagement and pull back military forces it amassed along Ukraine's borders and in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Diplomacy is the only responsible way," end of quote. Let's judge by actions, not by riddles and semantic puzzles. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Ukraine, and I give the floor to the representative of Belarus.
Thank you, Madam President. the Republic of Belarus is continuing to uphold its consistent and principled position on the unacceptable nature of resolving any conflict by force. We have made significant efforts to settle the conflict in Ukraine. Our country is still prepared to do everything possible to restore dialogue and mutual understanding in the region. There is no alternative to the Minsk agreements playing a key role in the peaceful settlement of the crisis. The negotiation process as part of the trilateral contact group and also the practical implementation of the agreements in the conflict zone of the domestic Ukrainian conflict will enable the peace process in Ukraine to get on a sustainable, positive track. The U.S. delegation proposing today's topic for consideration in the Security Council is yet another attempt to artificially whip up tension in the region purely as an instrument of political accusations. Such actions only heighten mistrust and in no way help to solve disagreements. Despite the concerns expressed frequently by representatives of the Republic of Belarus at international fora, negotiating fora and during bilateral contacts, the expansion of military powers on our western and southern borders not only is not ceasing, but rather it's becoming threatening in nature, despite our consistent calls for dialogue and cooperation, including regarding arms control. In fact, even more pressure is being exerted on our country by individual countries. Our proposals to return to negotiations are not being responded to by our Western partners. Incidentally, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that here we heard a reference to the Budapest Memorandum. I do really urge you to read that document regarding the Republic of Belarus, and I would draw your attention to the promises in that document not to exert any coercive economic measures on Belarus and to remember the numerous packages of economic sanctions from individual states that have been imposed against us. Given the current difficult situation, the leaders of Belarus and Russia have taken the decision to conduct jointly activities to assess the preparedness of the armed forces of the two states to provide military security, given the commitments of our military political alliance. As part of these agreements, a decision has been taken in February this year to conduct a verification of the responsiveness of our forces of our alliance. The main aims of this verification of the military forces is to assess the preparedness and capability of our military command and control, to conduct joint exercises to guarantee security of our allied state, to develop joint measures to eradicate the threat on the borders of our allied state, including caused by the migration crisis and the need to stabilize the humanitarian situation, organizing the defense and protection of strategically important facilities, to curb and ward off external acts of aggression during defensive operations, and to combat terrorism and protect the interests of our state alliance. At the final stage of these activities, from the 10th to the 20th of February this year, there will be a joint Belarusian-Russian exercises called Allied Resolve 2022. During these drills, there will be joint drills carried out for specific purposes. We note that these options for actions for this regional group of troops are something that have been regularly developed during joint exercises. They are always purely defensive in nature, and they pose no threat either for our European partners or our neighboring countries. The Republic of Belarus is continuing to uphold unswervingly all of its obligations under international regional treaties on arms control. Incidentally, all information about the forthcoming military drills is fully available on the official site of the Republic of Belarus Defense Ministry. Just a few days ago, on the 28th of January, the President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, responding to questions, stated that war is only possible in two circumstances: if there is an attack on Belarus or if there is an attack on our ally, the Russian Federation. Responding to the different insinuations against Belarus regarding anything to do with the domestic Ukrainian situation, we'd like to remind you that Belarus is prepared to continue to provide all necessary assistance to settle the conflict in Ukraine. This includes through setting up all necessary conditions for the work of the trilateral group and for negotiations in any possible formats and options. Today, many people in the world are talking about the need to have broad dialogue on issues of international security. An initiative on holding this kind of dialogue under the conditional name Helsinki II. Such an initiative was put forward by the President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, some years ago now, and this idea, unfortunately, has not yet been implemented. The Republic of Belarus sincerely wants a swift settlement of the regional crisis, purely on the basis of dialogue and mutual respect. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Belarus, and I give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Madam President, Madam Undersecretary General, Excellencies, Poland is grateful for convening today's meeting on the Security Council, as we are increasingly concerned with Russia's continuous large-scale military buildup on the border with Ukraine, both in the territory of Russia but also in the territory of Belarus, including continuous redeployments of troops, prepositioning of military hardware and offensive weapons. We cannot keep quiet because what is happening in our neighborhood constitutes a serious threat to international peace and security, reaching far beyond our region and continent. The current security situation in Eastern Europe unfortunately follows a pattern of precedents, with the Russian Federation being the destabilizing actor in the region at least since 2008 and the war in Georgia through 2014 and illegal annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. As we speak, the frozen conflicts in eastern Ukraine, in the Georgian breakaway regions of Skhin Valley and Abkhazia, and in the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova are unresolved, undermining the stability and regional security of this part of the world. Madam President, we cannot keep quiet because what is happening in our neighborhood constitutes the outright violation of the fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Poland deeply adheres to the principles of international law, such as sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of frontiers, and non-use or threat of force. And we call upon all member states to act in the same spirit. We know very well from our country's history that a political order based on the spheres of influence brings no positive results. It is here in the United Nations where it is our duty to protect the principles of international law, strongly condemn any threat of use of force, and work together to dismantle spheres of influence in order to maintain peace. What is at stake today is not only the subordination of Ukraine and the creation of the so-called buffer zone in Eastern and Central Europe. The real threat is to shake the very foundation of the security architecture in Europe by undermining such tenets of international law as inviolability of borders and the freedom to choose one's own security arrangements, among others. Unfortunately, this may have a global impact and contribute to deterioration of international security, not to mention the possible humanitarian crisis. And there are other revisionist powers which may follow the suit. Madam President, Poland deeply believes in the power of preventive diplomacy. Holding the chairmanship in office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, we stand open to facilitate talks on the European security within the organization. OSCE can provide the right venue to discuss matters of concern because of being the broadest of the regional formats. We call for constructive engagement of all participating states in order to find a peaceful solution to the current crisis. Let there be no doubt that the current status quo is not a solution at all. Living in a constant fear of another frozen conflict is against the commitment of these United Nations to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. With Winter Olympics just less than a week away, let us do whatever we can to maintain the Olympic peace in the Eastern Europe. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland, and I give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Madam President, let me thank you for convening this meeting on such important issue and for granting an opportunity to speak. I am delivering this statement on behalf of the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and my own country, Lithuania. Firstly, let me reiterate our country's unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. We strongly condemn the clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity by acts of aggression by the Russian armed forces since February 2014. We do not recognize and continue to condemn the illegal annexation of Ukraine's Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by Russia. We remain concerned over the increasing militarization of the peninsula, the severe deterioration of the human rights situation there. Let me add, in this context, that we welcome the establishment of the International Crimean Platform launched at the kickoff summit that took place on 23rd August in Kiev, and support the implementation of its joint declaration. We invite other UN members to join this initiative as well. Madam President, the conflict in Ukraine has claimed around 14,000 lives, displaced 1.5 million persons, and has resulted in countless suffering on both sides of the contact line in eastern Ukraine. We reiterate our full support to the efforts towards peaceful and sustainable resolution of this conflict, namely in the Normandy format, the Trilateral Contact Group, and the OSCE, including its special monitoring mission to Ukraine. Yet, despite all international efforts, until now, we see little progress towards the resolution of this conflict. Ukraine's constructive approach has not been reciprocated by Russia. We condemn Russia's continued aggressive actions and threats against Ukraine and call on Russia to de-escalate the situation and to abide by international law. We call on Russia to immediately stop fueling the conflict by providing financial and military support to the armed formations it backs, and to withdraw the Russian military troops and materiel from the eastern border of Ukraine and Crimean Peninsula. Madam President, despite all diplomatic efforts, Russia further escalates and continues military deployment around Ukraine's borders. Moreover, Russian troops are deployed in Belarus as well. This adds up to the current escalation and is of direct concern to us. Kremlin continues to use a false narrative that Russia is forced to defend itself from a threat, even as the opposite is true. It is Russia who is threatening Ukraine and other neighbors by positioning over 100,000 troops. Russia is not a victim, as it attempts to portray itself. It is the aggressor, strengthening its security at the expense of others. By its own actions in the Georgian breakaway regions of South Ossetia and Abkhazia, the Transnistrian region, the illegal annexation of Crimea, Russia has contributed to a significant deterioration of security environment in Europe. We reaffirm full commitment to the core principles of international security enshrined in the UN Charter, founding documents of the OSCE, including the Helsinki Final Act and the Charter of Paris, and others. This includes, notably, the sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, the inviolability of frontiers, refraining from the use of force. Their violation by Russia is an obstacle to a common and indivisible security space in Europe and threatens peace and stability on our continent. Times of limited sovereignty in Europe are long gone. Notions of spheres of influence have no place in the 21st century. States have freedom to choose or change their own security arrangements. No third country has a veto right over the sovereign choices of independent and democratic states. Madam President, in response to the recent tensions The EU has made clear in the December and January European Council conclusions that any further military aggression against Ukraine will have massive consequences and severe costs, including restrictive measures to be coordinated closely with our transatlantic partners. Madam President, we call on Russia to respect principles of UN Charter, de-escalate, and engage in genuine dialogue. It is our duty as members of the UN to defend the rules-based international system. Violation of its fundamental principles will have the consequences for other parts of the world. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Lithuania. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.